Okay. Yeah, that does look a lot bigger. That was weird. That is definitely much smaller. It's trying to silence me. Coincidence? I think not. I mean, I just went live, to be fair. I don't even know if the thing went, the notification. What's up, Grizzly? Yeah, anybody can join back, but my PC's probably going to crash. Probably. We're still trying to figure out things. What's up, hi? What's up, Zachy? What's up, Lily? The Pistons won again. The Pistons won again. The Pistons won again. That's all we fucking do is fucking win. Let's go. B-ball Paul. B-ball motherfucking Paul. You know, someone came in from the Toronto Reddit into the Detroit Reddit last night after the game because we beat their ass down. And they were fully healthy, and we were missing our starting center and our backup center because they were suspended for fighting. That was a big fight. Jalen Duren got 2-game suspension. That was our guy. And then they got 2 guys that each got 4-game suspension. That was Musa Diabate and Miles Bridges. And then Beef, my favorite player. Oh, yeah. Yep, I was. And then my favorite player, Isaiah Stewart, got 7-game suspension. He got the most for leaving the bench, though. And he was definitely, at that point, well, he was returning fire, really. Miles Bridges walked around everybody when they were breaking up the fight and tried to take a cheap shot at Jalen Duren. And Beef Stew saw that from the bench and jumped up and ran at him from the bench. And even if you get off the bench and go onto the court during an altercation, even if you do that to de-escalate, like you're trying to hold people back, you still get an automatic 1-game suspension because they want you to stay in the bench area so you don't add to it, really. They're like, we don't care. No matter what, you will get suspended if you leave. So not only did he get suspended, but he ran right at Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges deserved the fuck out of it. I was like, that's my guy. Beef motherfucking Stew. Hey, let's go, Grizzly. Yeah, I'm gonna have more videos as well. Well, that's the funny thing. If it crashes and I'm in a game, I might come back and play some Clone Hero, or come back and just talk about movies or something for a little bit. But if it crashes early, then I might work with this Bill fucking Murray. Not actual Bill Murray, that's just gamer tag. I might try to go back a Windows update to a previous one, but I've never even had that update. That's why it's kind of like a Hail Mary. I was like, why does he think of a Hail Mary? I'm like, oh yeah, because I've never even had that update, and this update was working before. It is open lobbies, yep. But even then, what if it was card sag? Like, then I would still have something to try tomorrow. Well, no, we wouldn't be. I don't have the flash drive yet, so. Oh, fuck. I don't have the flash drive yet. Well, at least we could try the card sag tomorrow. I don't think it's card sag, but you never know. You know? So we could at least try it. That's the Hail Mary for me. Oh yeah, do you got a one that's guaranteed to work? My dumbass will like buy some drive that's like it does everything like this except this. It doesn't do that. You know, and it's gonna be like the one thing we need. That's me. Or something like, let's go. Oh, you're right. I don't think it's available in my area. Well, I'm going to send you a link from this one that it said recommended. I'm going to send you a link from this and let me know if this one would work. Because this one is one where it's like, can buy tomorrow. That is a huge link. Look at that fucking shit. It was just like on the very first like recommended. And I looked and it was like free delivery tomorrow. Alright, after I buy this drive, we are starting. So I'll give some people, we got 2 more open spots if anyone wants in. But if he says yes, I'm getting it because I can get it tomorrow. Yeah, it's only like $7 or some shit anyway, so you're right. That's why I was like, might as well. Yep, fastest. Place order. So we can't do the Windows thing until tomorrow anyway. You know what's funny? I see the huge upside of playing and streaming Debutta. So, oh my goodness. I'm giving you a warning, Tataru. It's probably stream gonna crash. We're running into some like PC issues past like a month. We've been trying to go a bunch of different ways of fixing. Nataru's the best Legion in the world. Everybody go follow him. He's awesome, peeps. He doesn't just play that. He was playing Elden Ring for a while. He plays DBD too. He might still be playing Elden Ring as well. But by a while I mean like a few weeks. But Elden Ring is awesome. So is like the stream is not super laggy, is it? This is my KB rate is super low. I feel like somebody would have told me by now. Yeah, my OBS is acting a bit different, but I don't know if I opened it on this graphics card. We have no idea if crashes are fixed. Oh, yeah. It's like, it might crash this game. Because I tried playing earlier, and it crashed the very first game, and then we did one change, and it hasn't crashed since then, but I still don't think it's fixed. Neither does he. Bill fucking Murray. The fucking G. Ghosties Legion and Chattiest Thundercock. Thanks for the follows, mates. That shit's hilarious. It is open lobbies if anyone wants to play. Oh my god, not for Booty. Thanks for the raid as well. Holy shit. It's open lobbies, like I said, this it's full. Alright, everything seems fine. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what OBS is doing. OBS is being weird. It's like a I don't know what it did. Something has changed here when I went to move it. Thanks for the raid, mate. Are you playing DBD? Killer? Survivor? What's going on? And like I said, I'm just expecting my PC to crash. That's why my title is not even joking. Stream until PC crash. If it crashes, I might come back and play like... If it crashes during a game, I'll have a big DC penalty because of the crashes. We'll have like a 15-minute DC penalty. So I'll at least have to play some Guitar Hero, but then we end up getting carried away and we play Guitar Hero. But on the plus side is... I can play any song anyone wants on Guitar Hero. I'm sweaty as fuck on that game. When I mean sweaty, I mean if you type in on YouTube TatorHead, because it was on my old YouTube account before YouTube was bought out by Google. So there's no way for me to recover it. That's the sad thing. Because when you go to log in, you need to like verify it with an email. What did I just press? So I was getting a loading screen. I guess already up. Hey, Zero, we can't do that right now. Honestly, like I said, when it crashes, we can just refund that, but when it crashes, just because of the crashes, normally I would do this, but because of the crashes, I was like, all right, I want to see if we can get peeps in. Nice, everybody got it. I think, right? No, it's not OBS. We actually confirmed that today. Because I did not even open OBS and it crashed. I tried to play a 2v8 game and it crashed. But it's been crashing like this for a while, so the last options we can do, there's a few Hail Mary attempts now, because we've been trying lots. But it's really frustrating, because then all of a sudden you'll have a day where it doesn't crash at all, and it's like... I had 2 days in a row, actually, where it didn't crash at all, and so what the fuck? Yeah, verified files, yep. I've done, like, all that. Like, I am way in over my head. There's a bunch of people here have been helping me. It was, like, one of the best things ever about streaming is, like, having friends to just, like... Somebody's like, yeah, try this, and then try this. I'm like, yeah, I haven't thought about that. We went, like, tried everything. And there's Bill fucking Murray, BFM. He has taken me above and beyond anything I even knew about computers. We're trying yeah, him right there. And... we're basically down to a last few Hail Marys. It's really just a few. Where I have a thing coming in case it's... now, this is just good anyway. This is why it was funny to get, where I'm like, yeah, I probably should just have this anyway. But in case it's like... because this computer is 8 years old, and I was like, it doesn't look like it's sagging that bad. Maybe a little bit. And it's like, any sag is bad. I'm like, oh. So... graphics card sag, because it like goes down a little bit, and it was like, just in case that's it, I got like something to shove in there. And I have a little flash drive coming tomorrow as well, because if that doesn't work either, tomorrow we're gonna go back a complete update on Windows. But the reason this is a huge Hail Mary is because my computer was already running this version of Windows, not like the most current, but I was already on 25H2, and it was running fine for months before the crashes started. But we're going to try to go back to 24H2 anyway. That's what I mean by big Hail Mary. The weird thing is, though, it hasn't crashed playing Guitar Hero at all. But I also have never been able to play Guitar Hero long enough. Especially like because some days we played DBD for like 4+ hours and it never crashed, you know. I played Guitar Hero for like 2.5-ish hours the other day. Dude, I'm on a roll. We 100%ed Lagrange yesterday. On Expert. 100% notes it. That ZZ Top song. To be fair, I don't think I've 100%ed that one before. And I was like, huh, I feel like I really should have. I probably always just choked at some random spot. Because I've 100%ed much harder songs than that. We did have a really epic run of Operation Ground and Pound, though. Because we played through the Fire and Flames, like, the day before. And I was like, I can do a Dragon Force song, but I don't want to do Fire and Flames again, because we literally just did Fire and Flames. So we did Ground and Pound. And Dragon Force songs, like, you can't really play many songs after that. They're very tiring. Or you have to play, like, a few easy ones after. When I was a kid, I could play a few Dragon Force back-to-back, but not as an adult. We were getting some high scores, though. On Operation Ground and Pound, got 97% notes hit. There's 3,200 notes in that song, and I missed, like, 91. That's why I was like, oh, yeah. See, right there, I was like, that could have been my PC freezing. Oh, dude! I still haven't mapped that. I need to remap that. I swear I didn't do that last time. In the last 2v8. How would they rework Legion in the 2v8? That's the thing. Without making them, like, weaker than the 1v4. But realistically, like, the only problem with Legion is Oni, right? So I feel like if we were gonna see Legion in, same with Plague. If to see Plague in, we'd have to have dude. Here we go. So there's one specific angle. My God, yeah, I just need to remap this. This is terrible. Because Plague could be in the 2v8 as well. But Oni is the reason why, right? There was a lot of Legioni. It's Legioni again! I remember. For like 3 games in a row. But they just work too well together, like, not to want to at least do it. If you have a friend, you know? For a few games. You're like, dude, this is great. I like Wraith better, though. Wraith is my favorite killer to play as on the 2v8. See, I heard audio go for a second. That would be so funny if the problem was the graphics card sag. That would actually explain the error regularity of the crashes and how some days it's just, most days it crashes multiple times doing like anything, but all of a sudden you'll have a day or two where it doesn't crash at all. That's why it's like, what the fuck? But that's why it's like, that'd be funny if it was the card sag. Yeah, Clown should have already been in there. Singularity would be a hard one to incorporate. I did not see which way he was coming from. I couldn't see him over that. I could throw this though. No, I couldn't. I would not have been able to throw that. I wasn't gonna throw it though. It's more fun not to throw pallets. I think I'm only throwing like 5 this year, but that's kind of cheating because I've been having PC issues. It would still be on a worse pace than 2024. 2024, we threw 48 pallets the whole year. That included 2v8, that included pallet saves, that included playing against memeing killers that just wanted you to pallet stun them. I think I only threw like actually 15 or 16 like in chase. But that was more for experiment, and I felt guilty that year. What I mean by I felt guilty is like there's like this is just the easiest example to point to. But that one god pallet at the bottom of Midwich stairs, you know what I mean? There's just no way around it. I was getting chased by like a pig. It was an M1 killer of some type where if you throw the god pallet, you get a ton of distance, you know what I mean? No matter what. Dude, see what? Oh, here we go. Dude, no! I didn't know if Huntress was coming. Yep. Stone to suit Jake. I mean, jumpsuit Jake. That was funny. We were chilling in the Discord, trying to test some shit on the computer, and I was telling him, I was like, "You guys gonna see some before and after?" Because I don't like act any different. I mean, just the difference in being stoned. Just like if I'm not on stream, I act the exact same. This is why I like streaming, because I'm a terrible actor. I wouldn't be able to do that anyway. But even people that like play like a character basically on stream, like that would get tiring, I feel like. But if I got free time, if I got time to play some games, I feel like I could always stream. If I'm a terrible actor, that's what you're talking about. So I'm like whining about shit. I'm like, I wish I could be a good actor and pretend I wasn't having a terrible time. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Like game crash. Good shit. Yeah, this one was only Chucky. Yep. And they buffed Nemesis, which was needed. Although I still would have buffed him differently. I'm a Nemesis main, so I'm definitely biased, but... And feel free to yell at me. I like this type of shit. And make fun of me whining. But I think Nemesis should spawn in at tier 3, personally. Oh shit, actually yeah, there's 8 people, so I gotta reset the lobby. And then... Oh shit. And then they gotta reset it. This is how I do it when it's a full lobby. Once it gets to a full lobby, I just leave and then first come, first serve. I forgot. Usually on open lobby days, which are Wednesdays and Fridays, I have a bot open where you type !join to put you in. Oh, they sent me an invite, dude. All right, everybody got to rejoin again. I got to remember, it was Von's, Steampunk, and who was the other one that was in here? And Beck. Those were the 3. So those 3 are at least in. Yeah, this is Beck, Von's, and Hi. This is Hi. I need Von's in here. Von's was someone that had already joined. I gotta actually look at the screen. Here we go. But anybody that was in that last game can rejoin as well. Like, you can play as many games as you want. It's just when we get a full lobby, this is just how I do it. I just reset. And then it's first come, first serve, just like this. And then if somebody in chat is like, I want to play or something like that, or even types !join, even though the bot's not on, then I make sure we get them in on the next game, for sure. I think this is it, right? No, Kenninus, right? Oh no, someone made it in before Kenninus. Dang it. I pressed accept for Kenninus. Because I was looking, I was like, yeah, we got another spot. We can get Kenninus on the next one, though. So this is what I need to do. I need to make sure we get Kennedy's on the next one. I don't have a creator code yet. I will be getting one, though. I am in the iridescent tier. It was funny. He, like, logged in one day. And all of a sudden, he was like, here's... And I've already spent too much of it. Look at this shit. But the thing is, they come out with new stuff like, ooh. I'll wear it right now. I'll wear it right now, though. We already played a Jumpsuit Jake game. I played games earlier than that, although I was purposely trying to avoid stuff. It was Tori, right? I was like, who got an outfit? Yeah, here we go. Because they didn't say we had to spend it on new stuff, but they did encourage it. They were like, but we do like when people like to wear the new stuff. And so when I saw that, I was like, yeah, fuck it, let's go. You know. Yeah, I don't think I got Twitch shirts. That's a good point. But I also haven't been like really asking for it either. I didn't really give a shit. Yeah, like Twitch charms too, like when the killer has. I think for that one, oh yeah, I'm not. That's the funny. That's the thing though. If it hasn't crashed, and it's crashed when I didn't have, iTunes going as well. That would be hilarious if iTunes was, but no. I'm sure it's crashed when iTunes wasn't running. At this point, I don't want to add anything more just to make it crash, you know. But yeah, 4 zombies on any indoor maps is pretty rough. You just face plant into them. But Nemesis's whip in tier 1 sucks on indoor maps. That's why I'm biased Nemesis main, and I wish he just spawned in tier 3. More than I wanted extra zombies. I didn't even really want extra zombies, I just wanted them to spawn in tier 3. Because since there's 8 vials, you always have to 3-whip, and that's what sucks. Because let's say you and your teammate are perfectly splitting downs and whatnot. Since it's 8 vials, the first 4 survivors you chase, you have to infect with the whip, right? And then hit them. And they go and they cleanse. And even if you went after those same survivors or went after the other 4 survivors that you hadn't seen yet, you have to hit them 3 times because you haven't infected them yet. And then they can cleanse too. And then when everybody's on deathhook now, you still have to 3-whip them. Whereas that's different than the 1v4. The 1v4, you 3-whip on the first one, then they unhook, they can cleanse, and then you 3-whip on the second one, and then they unhook, but they can't cleanse now, and then you just got to 2-whip them, right? But not in the 2v8. The 2v8, then you got to 3-whip them again. And it's like, dude, this is terrible. And like, tier 2 would help. But the real issue, and the reason I want it in tier 3 specifically, is like these little rocks and shit. Where they could like force an M1 there. And then you still are in tier 1, because they forced you to M1. Now you might get an easy M1, but at the same time, like, then your whip is basically useless in downing them. I play killer. All right. I'm sorry, mate. I do want to get you in next time you want to be in, at least. No, dude. Here we go. So there's like one angle, but I need to. I should have waited. We should have ran over there, and then I should have double healed. I just suck. The biggest. Doesn't it suck to suck? Let me tell you about sucking. I know all about that. That's why them long guides are so long. Look at all the mistakes I made. In-game, not editing mistakes. I kind of edit those meticulously. The one thing that happens every now and then that I miss is if I like say something and then I clear my throat and then I say something again, or I start saying it over again. Sometimes I'll like clear out the clearing my throat part, but I'll forgot to edit out the first time I said the whatever it was. Like right now I want to like do that, but at the start but I want to do this, you know, and it would be like the same start of a sentence twice. And it's like, oh, fuck. Urban evasion. Like I said, if and when the stream crashes, if it doesn't crash in a game, I will go back live again. We can play DBD until it crashes again. But if it does crash during a game, we're gonna play Guitar Hero. So the stream will start again probably in like 5-ish minutes. We're just gonna play some Guitar Hero instead, because Guitar Hero has not made it crash. At least not yet. All them heal points. Yeah, I'm already max. Oh god. Yeah, medic ability is just good as fuck in general. Speaking of which. This killer? Oh yeah, it is. Let's see. Huh. I'll figure this out later. Because I'm wasting too much time AFK. I was like, no, dude. I was like, do I put it on like a fucking D-pad? I don't ever use activate ability 1, right? Because that's like dead hard, isn't it? Okay, just put them both on Y. Where the fuck? Oh. Damn it. Yeah. You have enough distance this time? No, double back. I was greedy. I didn't want to wait at any checkpoint because I wanted to get our third window vault over there. I was like, if I waited at checkpoint, she'll gain too much distance. We'll have to greed the pallet again. Damn it. I don't know where we're going though. Well, she used her power and got caught up before. No, we'll make it. We make it. I keep going to play music, but I want to open the thing and jinx it. Usually we're playing music, though. And we'll be playing music again at some point. Well, yeah, this is the most Survivor-sided playlist that I think they've ever had. Every time it comes out, it's more Survivor-sided than last time. But they pretty much have to. They're even, look at this, like, look at the blood point bonus. They're like bribing survivors to play Survivor. But the thing is, playing 2v8 as killer is so much fun. Playing killer with a friend is just so much fun. That's why they have to like bribe you to play Survivor. Playing Survivor is fun too. Right now it's the most riskless thing to do. Since my PC crashing issue. Which we should have that resolved by the time the 2v8 is over. Because it looks like at worst I'd have to buy a new power supply and a new graphics card, but a newer graphics card than the one I have is actually really fucking cheap. My graphics card's like 8 years old. Got a 1080 Ti from 2018. The bitrate thing? No, a bitrate thing. Yeah, my bitrate thing is really low for some reason. Like, usually it's normal, but remember I said OBS was being weird this time? It only says I'm at 200 or 196 kbps. And that's why I'm like, that's definitely not right. That's why I asked her, I was like, the stream looks okay, right? Everyone's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, OBS is being weird. But remember when I went to do my camera settings? I think it was still in the Discord with you when that happened. Also, Bryce, I'm sorry. My dumbass. I've just been super distracted today, Bryce. I'm so sorry. Because of the PC issues we're trying to fix. Yeah, that's why I said something was. And what I mean by OBS is right when I picked go live, it widened out wider than normal, and it won't let me make it as small as it was before. That's why I was like, OBS is just being some type of weird right now. I don't know what OBS is doing. Could have something to do with I changed the, because right now I'm on 1440p on my monitor, not 1080. But yeah, my bitrate was at 6K. Because I even checked it, it definitely says 6K. That's why I was like, something's being weird with OBS. But yeah, exactly. That's why I haven't played any music, because it hasn't. Even though I know, because I was even thinking, I was like, remember when I was saying how the program that runs the slowest and weirdest is iTunes, because it's a Mac thing, obviously. But it's crashed before when I didn't have it open, because I wouldn't have opened music to play music while we were talking. Because there was times in the Discord, remember, where I just opened and it just, there's no way I had iTunes open during that. Why would I have? But stuff like here, the fact that like even we just played one total game or even a few games does make me be like, hey, I mean, I always have the teeniest little bit of hope with everything, and once again, it's like 99.9% sure this isn't it, but the card sag thing. And I was like, it's not sagging that much, and you're like, any sag is bad. I was like, oh. Yeah, about that. Whoops. But the override is ticked. I mean the override. What? Hey, holy shit. Holy shit. 15 is super impressive through all the crashings as well. Thank you so much. Is that an output? I gotta look after. Fuck, I forgot to change the buttons again. Yeah, it's sagging a little bit. I thought that was normal. I was like, yeah, it's 8 years old. I did build it though. Apparently that's helpful. Specifically when it came to the PSU thing. Yeah, you just buy one and put it in. That was funny though, because I remember my sister thought I was like a computer specialist. I was like, she was like, you made your own PC, and I'm like, I was like, that's basically. And me and MLT were joking about this earlier. We were like, it's basically like Legos for adults. I was like putting parts together. Oh, I had to make it around that time. No good. Yeah, I just bought a post. That's why I was like, I had the teeniest bit of hope that that'd be it. But that's why I was like, it actually would make a little bit of sense. Because of how inconsistent it is, and how like every time we've ever tested the card at all, it's always been running at like less than 50%, even when we're running tests that are supposed to push it. Like that burn test I ran for 3 fucking hours. I didn't realize that was a bad thing. I was like, okay, it's still running fine. And that burn test did not ruin it either, because we had a day where it didn't crash. What, yesterday? Was it? No, it was last week, like Wednesday or Thursday. And that was after the burn test anyway. If that's the problem. This is what I mean by I feel so bad. Not for me. I just feel bad for like Bill Murray. I just feel like a fucking idiot that just wasted a month of his time. My card's pretty big as well. I was gonna go and hook them, but I need to do this first, number one. And number two. Yeah, they were coming over. I was like, uh-oh. They didn't come try to body block, though. Oh, we don't have a pallet here. We have like 8 more over here, though. Yeah, I already bought a straw. I got a, or whatever you call it, yeah. Straw. Oh, straw grabbing now. The thing that looks like a pen. We're going to try that. And then obviously, when that doesn't work, then we're going to uninstall Windows and reinstall an earlier version. And if that doesn't work, then we're going to buy a new power supply. And if that doesn't work, then buy a newer graphics card. Not new, but newer, which is really cheap. Because mine's from 2018. So a newer graphics card we can get for like less than 200 bucks. That is not even joking. Oh god. Skill burst. Damn, I just outplayed that killer so good. And I still got fucked up. Even with my burst of skill. I didn't think he was going to be going after me, I'm not going to lie. Thought he'd go after, you know, the survivor that he let get a gen done. Instead of going after me. The uncaging one? What's up, ACC? Almost have the thing too. Let's go. Wait. I've used too many of these. Oh god. So once you start losing a bunch of frames, I'm like, it's gonna crash. I'm loving the 2v8 that I have been able to play at least. I keep forgetting that you get a 50% bonus. This is why I feel like Nemesis still needs something. They even gave Dracula an extra bonus. Dracula's already a strong-ass killer. And Nemesis had to wait like 3 2v8s and was like, here's 2 extra zombies. It's like, come on, he should spawn in tier 3. Oh, it's both of you, huh? Love it. They got gens done both of the times at this guy. I didn't realize he was still running around the building. We had both of them on us. That's hilarious. They were probably both waiting me for me to vault the window. Did not realize. Hey, Jay McGrath, thank you so much, mate. Same thing. That is fucking crazy impressive. I really appreciate it. Because with all the crashes and shit. Yeah, I need to change that ASAP. They're trying to get saves. Here's the thing. I probably should leave, right? Literally just because if my PC crashes, I won't get a DC penalty. I can't just leave. I was even just thinking, what if it crashed while I was in the leaving animation? Would I get a DC penalty still? Screamo emo. Makes me want to play some music. But I don't want to do anything different than right now. Just in case.
Its power lies here. Aim in the middle of it.
Yeah, the server. Yep, I'm wearing a Lions hoodie and a Packers jersey. I'm all Detroit sports, and then also the Green Bay Packers. But not really Milwaukee sports, though, because my whole dad's side of the family grew up and lives in Green Bay. But we watch the other sports more than they do, because I grew up in Michigan. Because we met my mom in Michigan. Guess who won that fight and where to live? Oh, yeah, here we go. Does anybody want to play? I could leave and give people a chance. If anybody wants to play, just let me know and I reset the party and make sure they get in, and then it's first come, first serve. But nobody has said anything, so I'll at least get them in on the next one. But yeah, like, we watched more sports than they did, so we, like, told them about Giannis before they even knew about Giannis. They're like, you guys are good. Like, you're going to win the championship soon. That's being weird. I can't figure out. Yep, Jumpsuit Jake was earlier. Oh, yeah. I'm loving the 2v8. When you guys say SAG is bad, how bad is it? I'm definitely not getting my hopes up, but... And if it was already sagging, does that mean it's fucked? Or would, like, providing support actually just make it not be fucked? Because it's 99.99% chance that's not what it is. In my head. You know what I mean? And I already bought the thing anyway, but just, like, thinking. Like, is the damage already done type of issue if SAG is bad? So it'd still kind of run into issues even with the support. It would just might freeze every now and then because of the sag. So it's definitely not like an actual joint where you're like, yeah, I popped it, now it's good. Woo! Because I know we were talking about a weed joint, obviously, but that reminded me, I was like, well, what if it was... It's so embarrassing that I got arrested smoking a joint of all things. I, like, never smoke joints. Oh, God! I usually smoke bongs. You can't smoke a bong in public, but I usually smoke blunts, but we were gonna go to a bar first. So I want, like, a fat blunt to, like, get ripped or some shit. Or we're sitting there drinking. Yeah, how you like that, bud? Can make this? I hesitated for half a second. It might have been too long. Because we did have them. But if you mind gamed it all. Yeah, we could get it. Let's go. I love making that connection. That's a long connection, but if you're at the max, I do not have a looping guide on this yet. There's only I can make a looping guide for anything. I have multiple clips and everything. I have 9,000 games saved on an 8 terabyte hard drive. But this, if you're the complete opposite distance of this, when you go towards this without him like cutting back or the other way or something like that, right when they're at the opposite, you can make it all the way to that window, just like you were saying, or we just did. It's a long shot, but and what I mean by long shot, I don't mean like it doesn't work very often. I'm like, if you're at the distance, you make it. And what I mean by long shot, it just looks long, but you can make it. Oh God, see, I just got so scared. Oh God, here goes again. Let me see my aura. No! That'd have been sweet. The shot is long. That shot long. Yeah, so if the card gets unseated a little, exactly, so the pen thingy would just make sure, like, it's not like, I mean, it could be a little damaged, obviously, but that's why I was like, There's a bunch of things, like I said, that still make sense. Like the new power supply unit, I actually think is probably more likely than the graphics card. Because of how it's crashed and how the graphics cards respond to every stress test and thing we've done to it. And performance metric. And here, once again, I've forgotten to change buttons on the thing. This thing too, I've always left it in because it's like, well, it hasn't crashed when we were playing Clone Hero. And it's like, yes, but the longest I've played Clone Hero straight was like 2.5 hours. That was an epic session though. 100%ed Lagrange. I can't believe I hadn't 100% of that before though. I'm not gonna lie. I can't believe it's not even like I can't believe I haven't. It was just one of those, like, I literally choked every single time. I've 100% made it through those solos before. They're fun. And if you're just, like, pretty good, they're kind of hard. Not to pass or anything, but... It's only, like, 4-star difficulty out of 6. That's why I was like, I haven't 100% of this before. Like, maybe I have on Guitar Hero 3, but just... I don't even remember if I did on Guitar Hero 3. That's why I'm like, huh. Back in the day. But 100% had much harder songs. That's the thing. That's why I'm like, huh. I don't even know if I did. Holy shit. Yeah, that was the thing, is I was like, yeah, it's just a good purchase anyway. No matter what. Like, even if it is the graphics card, I have this, then this is going underneath the next graphics card. It is also really good to know, because his graphics card, I think the one he's using is like a 1660. And that's newer than mine is. We looked up a 1660 and it was like 100-something bucks. Like, I could buy that, like, basically now because of Frihole. Frihole donated like $200, I think, That's what I mean. I'm like, Free Hole, literally, if it is a graphics card and we have to get to that, literally, thank you to Free Hole. Could literally just buy that graphics card. It wouldn't even be like, well, I'll buy that next week, you know? I mean, I could buy it right now for my credit card anyway, but... Oh, shit. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. This is bad. Oh, terrible spot. No, I couldn't get back to the rock in time. This is what I should have ran back to in the first place. It would have been fun to use that. Yeah, this nurse has only missed one blink. Because we were talking about nurses earlier. And I was like, I haven't ran, because that's the whole argument, because I'm making a how to play against nurse guide. That's the whole argument. What if nurse wins every single 50-50 and hits her blink? Oh my god. My dumbass. Because that can happen as well, but I have like 200, this is like 202, I think, nurse matches now. That is going to be saved. Because even if it crashed right now, I already have chases against the nurse. But not a single one of those nurses were perfect, where every opportunity they had to hit me, they did. Not a single one. There was 2 nurses I remember, at least 2. But I think it was like just 2 that I remember. But it took like a few weeks to edit that down as well. Oh, fuck. Well, this is extra bad. Because I just gave her a single blink hit. Oh, fuck. And faceplant into every rock. She was going after the other survivor and I got in the way. God damn, I'm faceplanting everything. We're running the same spot. This is terrible. Well, I'm going down. Wait, isn't both killers there? Oh, I'm definitely down. So she could have hit me there too. But that's what I mean by if they have the opportunity to hit, but they don't. So no, it's smarter to do what she did and not like take an extra blink in the dark and then turn around and swing and miss. It's definitely, because I had like a few nurses do that. Like those 2 nurses I was talking about, right? That I remember. And I, like that right there, I still count as like, well, they weren't 100% perfect because I'm being strict. If the whole argument of nurse is too strong because if she wins every single 50-50 and she hits every single blink, right? I'm like, well, let's see how often this happened in 200 plus games, you know? And that's why you got to be strict as fuck. Because we're only judging it based off of our chases, right? If you wanted to be even more strict, you had to listen for the blink when she was chasing the other survivor. You know what I mean? Like, because if that's really the counter argument, that they never miss a blink and win all the 50... What I mean by winning a 50-50, because they can mess up a blink and still get the hit. This is the funny thing about nurse, but survivors can do the same shit. That's why I think it's balanced. But like, say... I double back across this rock and she was right here and she actually did try to blink across, but she didn't blink properly and she messed up and stayed there and I ran right into her and she gets a hit. She just turns around, oh shit, let me hit. Like that has happened as well. I would still count that as a perfect blink though. Because one of those 2 nurses I was talking about earlier, I remember was on Badham and that was how we got hit the first time. But I still count that. I was like, well, we still got hit. I can't judge it. Because they could still be like, nah, I faked you out. You know, I can't read their mind. So I got to count that as a perfect hit. But then, like, later in the match, they did exactly what I was saying. They, like, blinked to the other side of the tree. But instead of, they could have blinked again and hit me, but they didn't. Which was the smarter option, obviously. But when we're talking about nurse being too strong or OP or anything like that, then I'm not counting that as a perfect blink. Yeah, bamboozle. I don't know what you're doing. Go back. Hey, end the nurses with loving embrace. No, not playing as Nurse Big Bit. Oh, but yeah, 4,000 plus games. I see what you're saying. Yes, exactly. This is actually more than that. This is like almost 9,000. It's between 8 and 9,000. Last time I looked, it was at like 8,300. That was like 2 months ago, but we also haven't gotten anywhere near as many games in the past 2 months because of the PC crashing, so that's why I was like around 9,000-ish. Jake talking trash. That's hilarious. I like trash talk. That shit will always be funny to me. Hey, we have some open spots if anyone wants in. Oh, fuck. I didn't realize how early I got myself killed. Yeah, that was the funny thing. I remember looking up, like, what was the killers I saw the most? It might have been Springtrap or Wesker. I think I had literally actually seen more Springtraps than ghouls, which was a huge surprise to me, but that's the thing, is I hate playing against ghoul. And I like playing against Springtrap. I like playing against every killer in a game except ghoul, and then other killers, there's like certain scenarios that are really annoying. Every killer has shit like that. Or maps, right? Where you're like, fuck, playing against this killer on this map is going to be like ass. You know, like shit like that, right? Happens. Vecna is the next one that I probably complain about the most, which is funny. He's not the new Vecna, the old Vecna. And this is what I mean by, like, is really situational, but like when you get maps that have a tons of like the teeny little raises in elevation on loops where you can't duck underneath the skulls and it's coming through walls, so you can't tell where it's coming from, and it's just like guessing, you know? Or even since you can't duck underneath it and you're at the distance, you're just fucked anyway. You know what I mean? Like, and even if to avoid it, you'd have to go way too far out before they spread out enough before you could, and then you're zoned out. That's what I mean by, like, that's probably the next one I complain about the most. But I like playing against Vecna. It's just sometimes you're like, every time you ran into Vecna, you were at a scenario like that, and it's like, here's another free hit I'm giving away and I can't do anything about, you know? But Ghoul, I will always hate. I'm biased. Because Ghoul was the first time they told us, you're not getting a new DLC, we're going to do a health patch instead. And we were all like, yeah, we would never thought they would do this. And then the morning of the PTB, they were like, just kidding, new killer. And before I even knew anything about the new killer, I didn't even know the killer's name, I didn't even know what type of flying spaghetti monster we were going to get. All I knew was I already hated it. Because it was like, because I was waiting to see, like, what bugs did they fix, right? Like, I was waiting to see the beta, like, the pub test beta, like, all right, what did they fix? And it was like, nope, just new killer instead. That came out bugged. Remember the kidnap tech? That was great. You know what I mean? That's why I'm biased. It's, like, unfortunate, though, because I know Ghoul's not the strongest. Like, I mean, Ghoul's strong as fuck, obviously, but definitely A tier, but, in my opinion. But definitely not on, like, Blight or Nurse level, you know? But that's the funny thing. I don't know where to place the new Vecna. New Vecna is like the Nurse argument, but like even more drastic. I'm like, if Vecna technically predicted correctly every single ground attack and hit you every single, like every survivor, every single predict Vine attack, he might be stronger than Nurse. You know what I mean? But like, when is that ever going to happen? When is somebody going to hit every single ground attack and every single Vine attack? You know what I mean? Like, it's just not going to happen. That's why I'm like, I have no idea where to put him balance-wise. Yeah, it's kind of like the Pyramid Head thing. I've seen people that put Pyramid Head in like A tier. I'm like, but realistically, you're going to miss one projectile. They're going to hold W, and it's going to take you 15 more seconds to catch up to then hope to predict another projectile. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, but he can hit through walls. You know what's funny? Pyramid Head is one of the ones that is why Vecna annoys me with the skull situation. Pyramid Head, Doctor, Nemesis a little bit, and Artist a little bit. There's other ones too, but those are the first ones that come to my mind. Where the elevation just fucks them over so bad. It's like, oh, tiny little step up. Can't do shit now. You know? That's so fucking aggravating. I'm playing as those killers. And that's why it annoys me as Vecna. When you get, here's another tile, Vecna gets free hit because of the tiniest bit of elevation. That's why it annoys me. It's not even like, this is OP. It's literally just because, of, oh, man, these other killers get fucked by this shit. Which they shouldn't, obviously. But it just sucks that they do. And that's what, it's like comes from a place of jealousy from other killers' standpoint in a video game about fictional characters besides Nick Cage. Who could also, if I even thought about this, right? I've always thought this is Nick Cage, but what if this was Nick Cage technically from, what's that one movie called where he plays himself? I only saw that movie once. I can't wait to watch it again. It was free on YouTube and I got to watch it and I was like, I need to buy this movie when it's cheap enough. That movie was hilarious. Yeah, but he could technically be the Nick Cage character from that movie, right? That's what's funny. Unbearable weight of massive talent. That's what it is. Yep. Once you got unbearable weight, I'm like, yeah. That's what I always say. I'm like, what? How does it start? Once you get the ball going, turn to avalanche. Should have been a killer. I need to watch that killer movie of his. Movies. Who was it that said they couldn't watch Amadeus? I'm like, if my PC's still crashing on Monday, we should just watch Amadeus in the Discord. I'll watch my PC crash doing that. That'd be extra sad. That movie is so good. Oh my god. Every time I watch any part of that movie, I'm like... Because every now and then, like, after you've seen a bunch more movies, like 50 more movies or something, you're like, all right, let me go back to some movies that these were, like, the best I had seen at the time, you know? And every time I've gone back to that one in Grand Budapest, it's been just as good as I remembered. There's a bunch of other ones, too, but those two specifically always just hit right for me. And the funny thing is, someone told me this years later, but it's F. Murray Abraham as the old man in both movies, like, explaining what happened as his younger self. Both movies, it's F. Murray Abraham, the actor. And I was like, that. I didn't even realize that. Because in Amadeus, F. Murray Abraham plays the old man, but he also plays his young self. But this is before there was, like, CGI people trying to make it work, and it looked a little weird sometimes. This is way before that. He had to spend, like, 6 hours a day in makeup. Because apparently the very first day he did it, he was annoyed, like, not lashing out or anything, because this was the first time he'd been giving, like, a leading role. He was actually filming Scarface when he got told this. When he got told he got Amadeus. He said people started immediately treating him differently. Not, like, in a bad way, like, they were treating me bad before, but, like, all of a sudden he got, like, more respect. Like, it was noticeable. Every artist can relate to Amadeus, exactly, because we all know an Amadeus. Exactly. Even when we haven't met one yet. Because, like, I haven't gone looking at, like, Super Comp or anything. Whenever somebody tells me, oh my god, you're a great survivor, I'm like, there's probably survivors that can do everything I do looking backwards. Like that super heart running ball I was talking about on that Pale Rose boat. I jump for joy even when I get hit by the killer, just for getting that running ball. I'm like, yeah! I'm like, there's kids doing this shit looking backwards at the killer to see if they get hit or not. You know what I mean? Like, but I got taught that in the tap world, tap dancing, right? I actually had one claim there. Not like to fame or anything, because it's hard being like claim to fame, but tap, like, there's not too much, like, the best you'll really get. People can teach you easy tap, but the best you get into, like, real rhythm tap, that's, like, more about the music and the artistry of tap instead of, like, arms and choreography to look pretty on stage with some tap dancing, you know? That's what, like, most Broadway is. Not all Broadway, but most Broadway tap, that's what it is. But rhythm tap or hoofing, that's like you're doing it a lot of times, like, in combination with jazz, and you're, like, improvising with the musicians. It's really fun. And there's, like, a lot of difficult techniques because you can go super fast and do some flashy stuff if you want to, or lay back and do some cool rhythms, you know, like, or both, you know, like, that's what's really fun about it. But, let's see, oh my god. But the first Tap Fest I went to, Motor City Tap Fest. And then Sarah Raish was, like, one of the first. I was just, like, warming up, doing some shit. And there was, like, a few tap steps I thought I had invented. Like, I'm the first one, you know, because I had never seen anybody else do it. And you're, like, just trying to think of new stuff you can try, you know? And then, like, Sarah Raish, one of the best tap dancers in the world. Oh, my God. Super nice, too. And she tap dances in heels. Like, she was a better tap dancer than I was, and she was in heels. Like, because they make heel tap dancing shoes as well. But I'm just, like, warming up, and then I was doing what I call tiddlywink, and that's why it was the only thing that apparently, like, hadn't really been seen before, because this was a lot of, like, the actual best tap dancers in the world, and they're like, what was that? And I was like, oh yeah, because I kind of made it by mistake. I was trying to do an inside wing, and I got, like, an extra sound somehow, and then I realized how, and then I just kept doing it that way. Because then it was like, haha, I'm getting 4 sounds instead of 3. And the sounds are cleaner than the, like, scuff out like a wing makes when you make a wing, because the first sound is like when you slash your feet out and it goes, it, like, does that, and then slap, slap, right? The 2 sounds. So the slap, slaps are very, like, clear, and the part is, like, you know, but it's still technically 3 sounds. Whereas a tiddlywink is, like, 4 sounds. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, on 1 foot. You jump off 1 foot, and the last sound is landing, so it's, like, 3 sounds in the air, and then the last sound you land. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. But that was the funny thing. She was like, what's that? You know, but this was, like, the hardest step I knew. You know what I mean? So it was just after me realizing that they already could do everything I could already thought I had made up myself, you know, and it was just like, oh my God, these guys are fucking gods. You know, but then she was like, what's that? And I was like, I call it a tiddlywink, you know, so I'm already thinking that, like, well, they've seen this too. And she was like, I haven't seen that before. And I was like, hey, you know, I'm like, oh my God. And then it took her, like, 3 tries. And then she get it, like, 5 tries in a row. And she's like, that's nice. And I'm like, and then she looks at me, she was like, how's your left foot? And I was like, I've never done one. I'm That shit was hilarious. I'm kind of all over the place when it comes to right and left. Like anything with legs, I'm usually better in my left, which is weird because my left leg's actually smaller than my right leg. Took us years to find that out because I've had some leg issues, like knee and hip issues. But because of that, my left ended up more flexible and shit. Like I remember I had to have a little surgery on my hip. I like tore a labrum or something like that. And I remember him telling me that when he went in there, he like popped something, but it felt more flexible after that. And I was and the thing I was like, what? Could you do that to my right hip? You know? And he was like, no, I'm not doing. And then he told us a story about how like he did it for a rodeo clown because rodeo clown had the same issue, had his labrum torn, but then he felt so much more flexible after he popped whatever that thing he popped. And all of a sudden, all his rodeo clown buddies were coming to him trying to like have him pop the hip thing that he needed to pop. You know, he's like, "No, I'm not just doing unnecessary surgery on a bunch of people," because they didn't actually have an injury. They were just like, "We heard it was more flexible after you popped the thing." You know, it was though. My left hip was way more flexible. Oh my god! Well, I was lucky. I didn't get hit. And then I got hit immediately after. Yeah, I was like never in chase. I just been healing peeps. Yeah, Mr. Noise. That's what I'm always trying to tell people. Like, I'll make titles every now and then and be like, oh my god. I think I even did, yeah, The Legend of Jumpsuit Jake, right? Was it that one? One of these ones recently I was like, you can do any of this shit. Trust me. I made a video about that too. We were like looping in a killer at Leary's and I sped it up. So it was only like 2.5 minutes, but it was really like a 5-minute chase. And I called that short, like they called me the GOAT, but in reality is, like ... And then I like posted a pinned comment that was like, the reality is you can do this shit better than I can, probably. Because even when I got downed, I made a mistake that I shouldn't have made. After how many hours, you know, and how many times running that exact loop. But yes, exactly what they were saying about how in Amadeus everybody can relate to it. So what Amadeus is about is F. Murray Abraham is playing a guy that he's claiming to have killed Amadeus. That's how the movie like starts. He actually tries to kill himself in the beginning of the movie because it feels bad. Because he says he killed Mozart, right? Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. So he's talking to a priest now that he like. That priest is like, well, I heard you have something to confess, you know, after he's like in a ward since he tried to kill himself. And he's sitting by a piano and he plays like an intro of one of his pieces. Oh god. He plays like an intro to one of his pieces, like 2 different pieces actually. And he's like, do you recognize this? And the pastor's like, you know, I'm sorry, I don't know that one. And then he's like, what about this one? This one really brought the house down. And it's funny because the pastor kind of looks at it like, this guy's crazy. Because he's like playing the piano and then like he stops playing the piano and because he was a composer, not a piano player. You can play the piano too, but he was a composer though. And he starts like composing basically, but he's in a room with just him and the guy. So it's like, this guy's fucking nuts. But he's like, I regret, like, I don't know that one. It's not too familiar either, you know? And then, it was fun. Get me, Billy! Yes! That's awesome. So, he was like, do you recall none of the tunes of mine? Like, they were very, very popular in their day. And basically, he was like, well, you know, I'm sorry, they're just not that familiar. And he was like, I have something. And he plays the dun 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 dun. And the pastor is in the room with them, starts doing what I was just doing. He's like bum 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 dun. Yes, I know that. He's like, that's charming. I didn't know you wrote that. And he's like, I didn't. Uh-oh, I'm not making this. Wasn't supposed to make it. No! I wasn't going to be able to go back in anyway. Yeah, but that's what I meant by that intro is brutal. And he's like, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. And then he's like, well, the man you accuse yourself of killing, you know? And you know, he's like, he was my idol. And like the next thing you see is like Mozart playing like with his dad. His dad was a composer too. Mozart had like everything at his grasp. He wasn't rich, Mozart wasn't, but when your dad's a musician, like a composer himself, you have like all the tools at your grasp, right? And he was born like gifted as fuck, right? Where he was composing like world-class things at the age of 12 and stuff. He was composing stuff at the age of 9 or something like this. So the clip they show him is, speaking of blindfolded, he's sitting there playing the piano blindfolded, like actually kind of difficult things at a nice pace, right? And he's explaining how Mozart was just like this, you know? And then he goes talking about how he grew up, right? And like his dad hated music, right? And was like, you know, you're not gonna have this, you know? And what I mean by also dark and funny by this movie oh my god, this movie is perfect. That's what I mean. This is definitely my favorite movie, tied with Grand Budapest Hotel. But he's sitting there and like he prays to God because and this is the funny thing is like the end of the whole, it's not the whole point, but a big point of the movie is how he hates God and God creates people unequal. But it sounds like it's not in a racist way. It's just like he worked so hard in every way possible to be a good musician, and then but Mozart was like a cackling buffoon kind of. And what I mean by cackling buffoon, his laugh literally sounds like and like when he does it, it's not supposed to be accepted. Like every time new people meet him, they look at him like, what the fuck was that? But the thing is, you can kind of tell Mozart's like mentality throughout the film, because when he's near the end of the movie, his laugh is way less life in it, like you know, and then like gets to the point where he's like not even laughing when he's like on his deathbed basically. You know, like, this is what I mean. And the cool thing about this was, I don't know how often this has happened, but of the movie, and the guy that plays Mozart is the guy that plays Quasimodo in Hunchback of Notre Dame, the cartoon, Tom Hulce. And the cool thing is, both of them were nominated for Best Actor. So he was nominated for Best Actor for playing Wolfie, and F. Murray Abraham was nominated for Best Actor as well. Neither were supporting, just both Best Actor. And he was nominated for playing Salieri, and he actually won for Salieri. And in his speech, he said, "This is for both of us, Tom." Like, he even said, like, he was like, "This isn't just my word, like, this is both of us." It was, like, fucking amazing. But what I mean by it's dark and funny in a dark way is, like, since his dad was so against it, he was, like, praying to God. Like, he's sitting there in church, like, he's like, I'll give you my chastity, like, my utmost, like, devotion, like, my everything, if you'll just give me, like, an ounce of, like, musical brilliance, essentially. And he's like, and do you know what happened? A miracle. And, like, next thing you see is him, he's still a kid, but him just, like, eating food. And all of a sudden you hear his dad choking, and you see his dad like choking on food, and then like the music goes and you see his dad in the casket and everything. and then it shows back to him and he's like, my life changed forever. It's like, oh my god, dude. This shit is, also both Mozart like drinks and shit too, like he's kind of a partier. Like, that's what's funny, too. It's like, I had to put that part in. Because he doesn't drink, like, Salieri doesn't drink, or, like, you know, he's, like, trying to... And then he sees this guy that, like, parties and drinks and sleeps around and, you know, and is a cackling buffoon idiot, you know, that can... Like, the scene that a lot of people like the most, like, if you go look up, like, Amadeus scene, this is probably the one that pops up the most, is, they're desperate for money, because just, like, most artists, starving artists, it's for a reason. And Salieri is kind of undermining him. That's why he's, like, claims the death of Mozart, because he actually does have pull, and he's like going behind Mozart's back because he's jealous of Mozart. It's a lot to that movie. But at one point Mozart's wife comes in with Mozart's music, and he's like, well, just leave it with Hear Me, I'll go over it tonight. And she's like, I can't, because he doesn't know that I took them. And she wants like an advance basically of like money because they're broke. And she's like, you see, they're all originals. And he was like, what? And she was like, they're originals. And he was like, well, like, these are copies, right? And she's like, no, he doesn't make copies. These are just originals. And he's like, so he opens it up, and like one of the first thing he says, and this is what's really cool, is every time he's looking at a sheet of music, you hear the whole orchestra playing it as he's reading the music. just on paper, right? But he is, that's the problem, is he's talented. He's really talented. He really is talented enough to even be able to just do that. It takes extreme talent, but he's not Mozart, you know, like this is why it's like a complex movie. And by like what he said, by any real artist can like sort of relate to Salieri, because everybody has seen a Mozart or somebody that's just like mind-blowingly great like that. Oh my god, that movie's so good. But then he's going through the music, though, and the other thing he points out, he's like, these were originals, no copies of any kind, because now it's going back and forth between the old man Salieri and his younger self, like going through the music. But he's also stuck between, I can't fucking believe how great this is, and it's beautiful, like this is the best music I've ever heard, and I'm just reading it on paper. But he's also angry because he's like jealous of this guy. He's just like, you know what I mean? And the other thing he points out, he's like, there's no corrections. He's like, these were first and only copies, and they showed no corrections, no mistakes, no errors, nothing like that whatsoever. So basically he was writing down music that was already finished in his head, page after page of it, like he was taking dictation. Like, this is that scene that that probably has the most views on YouTube, if I had to guess. But that is a great movie. Yep. He even says that. There's like, oh my god, that's like one of the only times in like anything ever where a politician actually was good. He had the usual corrupt people behind him, but he actually had his own brain. Have you seen that movie, that one part? So what I mean by they're trying to undermine Mozart, the other court composers that have been there already, and now Mozart is way better than any of them, but they're like, but they already had their spot, so they have more pull with the emperor, right? Because this is the person that's in charge of the opera house. This is the person that's in charge of the theater. This is the person that's in charge of the orchestra. You know what I mean? Like, but so they have more say already than Mozart, because they can pick who they want to direct or to compose, right? So like, what's it? Marriage of De Figaro, I think, is the one he's making, and at that point they decide that it's a ballet, and there's no ballet allowed in the theater, the National Theater, because of the law. So they're like, I think, you know, we should do it this way. And what I mean, man, it's so funny. He tells Mozart, Salieri, Mozart's friend, tells him, he's like, oh, I think I'll take this up with the emperor, because when he's like, they took out and tore up some of my music because they said there could be no music with the dance because that makes it a ballet, which is against the law, right? So now they have them just doing dance to no music on this part. And he goes to Salieri. He's like, I don't know who else to go to. He's like, they actually, you know, and he's like, well, what happened? And he's like, they say I can't have music and they're just doing this. He's like, well, that's kind of ridiculous. He's like, I think I'll take this up with the emperor. And he wasn't going to. Like, he didn't actually. He was just lying to Mozart, and he was like, I didn't say anything to the emperor. Nothing. I didn't even mention it whatsoever. And then to our astonishment, when they're in rehearsal, and during the third act, he just walks in, and here comes the emperor. He just wants to watch, like, what Mozart was working on, you know? But then all of a sudden, he sees them just dancing to no music, and he's like, what is this? Like, is there, you know, am I missing something? Is it modern? You know? And he's like, no, your majesty, your own, there can be no ballet in the theater. Your own law decrees it. And then he just looks at the stage, the emperor, and he's like, well, look at them. He's like, no. We must see the piece with the music. And like the guys that were like undermining him were like, you know, but your majesty, and he just looks at him, and then he like puts the foot down. He's like, oblige me. And they're like, okay. And the next thing you see is them at the live night now with the music. But the thing was that the thing that was wrong with that opera was it was 4 hours long, Marriage de Figaro. Apparently it's like one of the best operas ever. I haven't seen it yet, but I've just seen what's been shown in that movie. But the Majesty yawned at one point, and they're like, and because all the court composers were watching this music being like, this is breathtaking, this is like magnificent. He was like, and then he was the best thing that could ever happen for us, and all you see is the Majesty kind of like moving in his chair, and then he just yawns like one time, and then all of a sudden those composers that were just looking so defeated are all looking at each other from across the theater like, ha, we got him, you know. Oh my god, what's going on, Insidious? How you doing, mate? That's Killer Main. Are you playing Survivor? Killer or Survivor? We're talking about Amadeus. I'm just being a geek about one of my favorite movies ever. That movie is so good. Long story short about that theater part, he's like, he can be lucky that the Emperor only yawned once. He was like, if the Emperor yawned 3 times, the opera would fail in the same night. He was like, if the Emperor yawned twice, it would fail within the week. He was like, if he only yawned once, you might be able to get... And the next thing you see is Amadeus in Salieri's office being like, 9 performances, that's all it's had. 9, and it's withdrawn. Oh, the part that I put of Amadeus in that last YouTube video that I just put out, the not short, but YouTube video I put out, that was a few days ago, about Jumpsuit Jake. That clip there is when he's actually trying to explain about that opera anyway. Because apparently it was from Figaro was a band to play as well. And the Emperor wants to hear about it, and he's like, just explain it, because he's like, people are so, what Mozart's saying, he's like, people are so sick of hearing about Hercules, and, you know, he's like, stupid fat Italians just bellowing about it. He's like, that's not art or music, that's just rubbish. And even one of the composers that's supposed to hate him, that is Italian himself, starts laughing. He's like, and then they look at him, and he's like, yeah, I'm sorry. So he's like, at least just let me explain to you how it starts, you know? And it's like, he's having it be like a satire, Mozart is, while still having beautiful music. So he's like, so it starts with a servant in his quarters, and he's measuring out a space, not from any oppression. He's trying to see if his bed will fit, his wedding bed, if it's too big or not, you know? And then he's laughing, and that's the next thing you see is them in rehearsal. I need to take this chase. I was not gonna make that. Ah! Hello, Oni. I don't know what face to make again, I'm sorry. I don't know, I'm a bad actor. If I try to do it now, it won't work. Doesn't it feel like I'm trying to actually act and do it again? That is the other thing about the movie that also makes it spectacular, is the music is obviously amazing. Yes. No, damn it. Long story short, it is a long movie though. The movie's like 3 hours long. The director's cut. You like can't even find the theatrical cut. I would have owned it already if you could. Maybe you can now. I haven't looked for it in a minute. Maybe it's available on YouTube now. Because there is one part that Salieri does in that in the director's cut where I'm like, that's really scummy. But it does explain where Mozart got the bottle of wine, because that part is the following scene. That part actually makes the director's cut better though, because it shows that Mozart wasn't just going around drinking all the time and not actually trying to work. Because the only way you can get work if nobody will hire you to compose their shows or compose music for their theater. The only way you can work then is for GG, well played, good shit. The only way you can work then is by like giving piano lessons and shit like that, you know? So he goes to give piano lessons to somebody, and like they're letting their dogs run all over the place, and they're like being loud as fuck and obnoxious, you know? And then he feels like bad for the daughter. But that's when he takes their bottle of wine on the way out, where he's like, yeah, this is not for me, basically, and takes their bottle of wine on the way out. And then the next thing is you see him walking down the street with the bottle of wine. But that's the thing. It looks in the theatrical cut, it looks more like he wasn't even trying to work. He was just off drinking and shit. And it's like, oh no, he actually was trying. It was kind of ridiculous. But then people were going behind his back, so they were making sure he had nobody good to work with, and he only had like really annoying or awful people to work with. You know, like he was being undermined as well. And then he starts dying. But in real life, they don't really go over this in the movie. But in real life, what he was dying from was, and like this is also like based. This is like a musical, so like. And Salieri in real life was a close friend of Mozart, but in Mozart, there was stories of Mozart like being visited by a shadowy figure that he was composing music for, because he did die composing that death mass that Salieri was showing up to in the mask that he saw his father wearing at a thing. That's like a whole nother thing, but that's why I said this movie has 8 million little things that make it better. Little details like that. But he got pneumonia, and obviously medicine wasn't anywhere near as well back then, so he was treating himself with mercury, which obviously is a terrible idea, but that was modern medicine back then. Or like word on the street type of modern medicine, where it's like, yeah, just do this. Oh. BFM's got it ready up. Yeah, mercury. Isn't that nuts? That was the other funny thing, too, because I remember one of my friends, when I showed him Grand Budapest Hotel, he didn't like how it ended. Because he was saying how at the end of the movie, he's like, it happened so sudden about, like, oh, there was just one illness that... Because the line is, we're killed by the... What is it called? The Prussian croup. An absurd little disease. I'm trying not to spoil it, so I had to leave out the sentence right before it. He was like, nowadays we treat it in a single week, but in those days, many millions died. Right? And he thought that was kind of like a out of nowhere, even though literally throughout the movie you see him upset and doesn't want to talk about specific things, right? So this is at the end of the movie when you're finding out why, and like this person had died because of that. But it was funny because he messaged me because he knew that was one of my favorite movies, and he messaged me in 2020 during COVID. He was like, I lied, you were right about Grand Budapest Hotel. And I was like, you fucker, you went back and watched it, and that line hit you like a ton of bricks now. Oh my god. Hey, thanks for the 30 bits. I appreciate Lucopia. Somebody also did something like that earlier. That was not for Booty. I'm sorry. My dumb. I'm all over the place today. I'm also trying to stay mentally prepared for when the thing crashes, so it's not as upsetting when it crashes, you know? God, those movies are so good. Both of those movies are so good. Oh my god. Every time I see it, like, I've broadened my spectrum by seeing more and more movies. Because I'm still nowhere near a movie buff. I want to be. Will have a movie channel one day, but I'd have to already be a full-time content creator, and I would never stop playing games. That's the thing. I would just watch movies like I do. I would just set up a camera and send it off to an editor, you know? Because then we can do collabs with peeps, too. Let's watch this movie, you know? If you type in exclamation movies on, like right here, actually. These are the movies I've purchased, although there's some movies I have purchased that are not on that playlist, because I've purchased some movies for my nephews, like the Paw Patrol movies, right? I have 2 nephews. They're 4 and 6. And if it's labeled as children's content by YouTube, it does not let you add it to a playlist that is not specified for children. And if it's children's play, you can't add other things. You know what I mean? So there's some movies that I don't have on that playlist that I do own, but that just don't show up there. Yeah, not for Booty, but it's not spelled that way. I feel like this is going to be the one. Have you seen Grand Budapest Hotel, Laurentia? Oh my goodness. You know, it's funny. That's why Ghost Anonymous, he is more of a movie buff than I am. I'm not movie buff at all. I feel like he's movie buff. I've seen some things he hasn't seen, but that's why it's strange. Why, even though I've seen like movies that are, because that's what he said. He was like, Grand Budapest Hotel is like a movie buff movie, you know. And there was another one we were talking about that day. I was like, yeah, I've seen movies like this, but then there's like whole franchises. Like I haven't seen almost any of those Marvel movies. I haven't seen a single Fast and Furious movie from start to finish. I've seen John Wick 1 once. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't even seen the Austin Powers. I've seen parts of the Austin Powers movies, but those came out when I was 2. My sister was old enough. She was around 13, but I was like 9, you know, 10. I wasn't quite old enough for that yet. I have all the John Wicks though on YouTube. That movie list. That's what we'll do for like Movie Monday. Because if we hadn't talked about a movie like during stream at all, or somebody hadn't been like, you know, then near the end, like probably 3 games before the end of the stream, I'll pull up the list and be like, all right, somebody pick a movie that you haven't seen and have been trying to see and it's not streaming anywhere. Because I got movies they can't take away from me. Like there's movies sometimes where they're not streaming like anywhere. I remember seeing a YouTube video about Shin Godzilla. It might be streaming now. This was like a year ago. I remember it was literally a YouTube video that had like 1 million-ish views, and it was like, this movie is not streaming anywhere, and you can't actually get it. And I was like, I already bought that movie. And then I went to my YouTube list. There it was. So I was like, I knew I bought it. I could still see it. But that was the thing. I sent it. I put the URL to that in a Discord. I still need to change this button. I still haven't done it. I put the URL to that in a Discord and then opened up a browser I was not logged in on. And it wouldn't even let me purchase the movie. Like the YouTube video URL page was just saying something like, this is not available in your region. And it was like, damn. Same with Pan's Labyrinth. I had seen another video that was like, we can't see Pan's Labyrinth anywhere. And I was like, ha, I can. This is why I like buying stuff. I only really pay for one streaming service. That's the Disney, Hulu, and ESPN Plus package. But that's really for my nephews. But then I do trade it though. My sister has Netflix and my parents have Peacock, and we all share. So we all have Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN Plus, Netflix, and Peacock. Apparently that's another thing my dad got a huge discount on. For like being a teacher or something. Because I was like, you got Peacock? Why? I don't know the password or anything though. They've given it to me, but I don't remember it. Same with Netflix. Like I'm not logged in anywhere and I don't remember the password, so I just... I just got a few movies, actually. Who told me Casablanca was one of the best movies ever? Because usually I don't spend more than $5 on a movie, but Casablanca was on sale for $7 that day. This was Monday, I think. And somebody on Monday told me... I was trying to see. Maybe I should have ran away and came back. Maybe that would have worked. But somebody told me Casablanca was like one of the best movies ever. In here. And then I looked on YouTube that night because some other stuff was on sale. For $5. Got some good ones. And some ones I've never seen, like Waterboy. I haven't seen Waterboy. It was on sale though. I was like, let's go. And Dodgeball was on sale. I've only seen Dodgeball once. I finally have it. There's other ones too, but... Oh yeah, that's them. My sister and brother-in-law, they have that figured out. I remember they were going back and forth on which thing to do. I just don't remember which it didn't end up affecting either way. Yeah, I didn't realize Waterboy got such shit reviews. But it's probably obviously not the most politically correct if you have Adam Sandler playing like someone with special needs, I suppose, you know. Things like that don't tend to age that well. What do you think about Tropic Thunder if that came out today? Because even at the time, it was like, I love Tropic Thunder. Didn't Robert Downey Jr. get nominated for an Oscar technically in blackface? Like, I know it's not like the exaggerated everything, because that was the whole thing with blackface, was it's like making everything way, way, way worse and over the top. Let's stun them. But still, technically, that's blackface, you know? Yeah, I should have just juked it. Right, I feel like it would have to be made by the South Park people. They're the only people, because they've made fun of everything, you know? Because that's the problem. If you start making fun of everything, it's like, well, you're making fun of them, but not everybody else for. And that's why South Park is still going, because it's like, they have literally made fun of everything and everything. Speaking of which, I still need to watch Team America World Police. I have that one, but don't have it. Or haven't watched it yet. Every time something happens, like I'm not getting political, but like the Venezuela thing, was that like a month ago? Every time something like that happens, be like, you gotta watch World Police. I had a few people telling me that when that was going on. I mean, it's still going on, but you know what I mean. We're playing games to get away from politics and stuff like that. But I do want to learn more about politics. That's the problem. You can't say without being like, I want to get into politics. Like, I don't want to run for anything. I don't even want to lecture anybody on anything. I just want to learn. Because that shit is important. But I always feel like such a dumbass. Every time I ever feel like, I'm going to believe this, and then I go research what I just being like, I'm going to believe this. And then every time I ever go research it, it's like, and I'm wrong again. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, at some point, and that's like in the future. Games will always be a thing too, but we were talking about if I was ever successful enough to be able to have a full-time content creator and have an editor, right? That's when we would start like watching movies, because I already watch movies, but we'd just set up a camera and then, you know, send it to editor and movie review channel. But when we started streaming, I was like, 20 years from now, I'm just gonna like have a stream or YouTube channel where we just talk to people about like their beliefs, what they grew up, or you know, how they grew, anything really, if they want. But I really want it to be about like their beliefs and what led them to believe what they believe, because I want to learn from like real people. Call me a, not even a conspiracy theorist, but not too trusting, but whenever it comes to like any type of like big news network, no matter if it's on the left or the right, I always am super skeptical. Because I'm like, they want to scare me into hating the other side no matter what, and then not researching it specifically, so I'll be scared of it. So that I'll end up buying whatever they're trying to sell me out of fear. I was like, so call me a, you know, but this is what I mean by I'd rather just talk to people. Like, what did you go through? You know what I mean? Like, I want to talk to people about stuff. But that's the problem when you're like, I'm going to have a political channel. It sounds like I'm just going to sit there and lecture people. It's like, I don't have anything to lecture people about. I mean, everybody can learn stuff from people. That's not what I'm saying either. But also, me, don't do drugs. Here's why. You know, but no, I do believe that obviously, and because of the experience I have. You know, also me, smokes weed every day. But you know what I mean. But that would be the point. I just want to learn more. That shit is important. But even like voting gives me so much fucking anxiety. And I don't... Okay, this is as political as I'll get. I don't like the... A vote for this is a vote against this or something. Or, you know... If you're not voting... Like, so if you... Like people that are like, I'm not voting for either of them, you know? And they'd be like, well, then you're voting for this one, or you're voting for this one. I'm like, I don't know enough about... Every time I go digging into either of them, it looks bad. I don't want to vote for that. You know, like... That's what I mean. I could be completely wrong too, you know, like, but that's what I mean. I'm like, I'm not trying to get political. It's one of those where I always feel like a dumbass whenever it's just like, and it feels like any type of change is like, I'm responsible for, you know, and this is when it scares the fuck out of me. I'm like, I'm not qualified. Like, I don't know. And every time I ever try to believe something, I research it and I'm wrong again. You know, like, that's why I'm just like, and that we've been saying, like, when we first started streaming, I was like 20 years old, maybe 15 years from now, right? I've been streaming for like 5 years. But that's the thing. It has to happen. I want to talk to people. I know it's important as fuck, but there's only so many hours in a day. And like literally all the hours I'm spending right now is either working, editing, or playing games, which is the same thing as streaming. I actually played some games off stream earlier today for the first time in months. That was because I wanted to see if my PC would crash, which it did. But I wanted to see if it would crash when I had OBS closed, because we were trying to see if OBS was the cause of the crash, which it wasn't. But then we updated the driver because there's still like a few more steps we could do, and now it hasn't crashed, but I'm still expecting it to. Obviously, I still think that wasn't the fix. Like literally, it sounds more likely to me that it was the sagging than the new driver that we just updated to. It's not the newest driver; it's an old driver, but you know what I mean. But I'm still expecting, basically mentally, to have to buy both a new power supply and a new graphics card. But yes, that's my rant on. I wish I knew more about politics, and will one day. But everybody has a different experience too. That's the problem, is you can't just dismiss somebody. You're like, well, that's barely ever gonna happen. It's like, but it happened. You know what I mean? Like, so you can't be like, that's never gonna happen. It did. It happened, didn't it? You know. That's why you gotta just talk to people. You'll see shit. The story I always bring up about politics was when I was a server. I worked on 17th and 7th, and me and Christian and Kurt, and just for the story purposes, because they'll be like, okay, that's the big deal. Kurt is like a 6'7" black guy, and we're just sitting there drinking. The bar is closed now. It was called Merchants, but we're drinking across the street. At once again 17th and 7th, but like on the other corner of the street, is diagonally across from cafeteria, and okay, yeah, we can do that. And we're just sitting there late night, and it was Monday night. Like, we were literally the only people in the bar. And all of a sudden, this guy comes in, this like 5'3", like super skinny Australian guy comes in, and he was white, like, I guess, you know, white Australian guy comes in, and I was like, because this is important with the story, as we were just talking about with Kurt. He walks right up to Kurt, and this guy's drunk out of his mind too, obviously. But that's not an excuse. He wasn't that drunk. He wasn't like slurring his words. Like, that's the thing. He wasn't like blackout drunk. You could just tell that he was drunk, and like way too aggressive type of drunk, you know. But he goes right up to Kurt and starts calling him Monkey and the N-word and like stuff like this, and it was just like. And Kurt just steps off the bar stool, and he didn't even like make an angry face. He just stood up, and he's just like looking down on this guy. And the guy's just sitting there like just kept yelling at him. And then Christian, so in Chelsea's a gay area, like the gayborhood specifically is what it's called. And he didn't realize he was in a gay bar. And Christian comes up because he took off his shirt. Like, this is what I mean by he was really skinny. We got a good look at how skinny he was. He took off his shirt looking up at Kurt. You know, he's really trying to start shit. And then Christian's like, hey. And Christian walks over and starts like, puts his arm on him. He's like, look at you. And then that's when he like looks around and he like sees where he is. And he like grabs his shirt and runs back out of the street. Like, he was more homophobic than he was racist. He was like, oh my God. But yeah, if you look up the gayborhood, it'll tell you like the area like right in Chelsea. Because a lot of different areas, like, you know, Chinatown, like that's another neighborhood in New York City, you know, stuff like that. The Village, when I was talking about earlier, where I got arrested, that's another neighborhood. But that, yeah, the gayborhood. But the reason I bring that up for politics, right, is like if we're not gonna go off of like huge news stuff, and you want to base off of just experience and you know what you grew up with. I mean, and why specifically? I'm like, well, that's really unlikely, you know what I mean, stuff like that. I'm like, but it happened, right? And specifically, like, that's not what I mean by super unlikely. What I mean by super unlikely, well, that's not going to happen. I'm like, what if you've only met 10 white people in your whole life, just 10, and every one of them treated you just like that guy was treating Kurt? You know, that's the, and then they get dismissed. Then you try to bring up issues that you've dealt with in your life, and people will tell you, no, you're wrong. Like, that won't, like, or even if that did happen, that's not gonna, you know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. That's why it's so hard not to like, get upset and like over politics, because now you have somebody that didn't go through this telling you you're wrong. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and it's like, and I understand the odds of like only meeting 10 white people and all 10 acting like that being low, but there's like 8 billion people in the world. You know what I mean? Like, so the chances are, if you can imagine it, it's probably happened. Right? So the fact that that might have probably happened is like, but that's why I want to talk to people, because like, even if that's a super unlikely thing, it happened, you know, we got to hear this stuff. But that's really why I want to talk to like people about their experiences, what they believe, why they believe it, you know, what they've been through. It doesn't even have to be like, what do you believe? It can just be telling their life story if they want. I don't care. I wouldn't say I don't care or give a shit, you know. But I just want to learn more. Like a hair in my mouth. The fuck? I'm gonna fake the blade. I still get hit, right? No, I don't. Let's go. Oh, I was lucky as fuck. And make it back up to the left. East rooftop. Oh shit, this is already thrown. Whoops-a-daisy. I don't think I make it anywhere. I should have stayed there. Hey, I lied. I'll make it here. Lusty blood. Yeah. I feel like he got auto aim though. I didn't think I was gonna get hit, but auto aim literally might have fucked him over, and I should have got hit there. That swing too though. Yes, cause it's 1, 2, 3 strikes. You're out at the old ball game. Oh god. Hey, strike 4. No. That's the thing. Obviously, I was like, I'm not trying to get political. I'm never going to ever lecture anybody on politics. I don't know enough. I was like, but that's why I try to stay away from politics when we're playing games. I just don't know enough. And number 2, like, people go through a lot of stuff, and games is sort of like the outlet to get away from, you know, like sports. Same with sports. Like, the same reason, like, I like talking trash on sports and video games, right? Because every job I've ever had has been some type of customer service, whether it was bartending or budtending or serving, you know? So when people say rude shit to you, you can't say rude shit back. When you're playing games or talking about sports, you can. But it doesn't matter, and that's what makes it fun, you know? You're like, I can't do this when I'm at work. Not saying that work doesn't matter. Obviously, it does. It's just a fun escape from it, and that's what video games are for me. And sports. And movies. Oh, you can learn stuff from movies, too. I always say, Grave of the Fireflies taught me more than, like, almost anything else. No! You will respect my authority. Oh, God. He would not respect my authority. What are the green potions? I thought green potions only heal you. Do they do anything else? Do not respect. Boo. And here's me still having not changed the button. Yeah, please take her off. Take her off, bro. Bruh. Oh, we can't. We're both death hook. I wanted somebody else to take her off so I could use the heal thing. I need to change that button. That's gonna get Bill fucking Murray killed because I'm a dumbass and still haven't changed his button. Literally all because I'm a dumbass and haven't changed that button. I'm sorry, dude. Oh, they remove a hook stage. I didn't know that's what those did. Maybe they'll spawn over there. Oh. They both spawn in bad spots. Woo! I actually have this on my tome, don't I? How long until he runs out? Goddamn. Here we go. I was right here! And then I get hit by Blight. So I feel like whenever survivors are doing that dumb shit. They're teabagging at the exit gate. Oh! Killer can get me! Oh! Hell yeah.
This is my moment to shine, to prove my worth.
I think we're good. We are good. It's a funny thing. I want to play music, but I don't want to change anything right now. But it feels so quiet in between the lobbies. It's like, damn. I didn't realize how much I was just like to music a lot. Man, that stank bass. You know, the music's hitting right when they get that stank bass. Unusually warm winter. Ours has been a lot colder, actually. I liked it a lot. I like snow. But, right, like, the weekend after Thanksgiving, it snowed, and it, like, stuck all the way until Christmas, and then we had a green Christmas. For, like, literally the only week since Thanksgiving it was green. And then... before New Year's, we got another blanket, and there's just been blankets on top of that. Although it's melting right now. This is the first time in a while it's been melting. I don't think it was even melting today. It was more just like the last 2 days. But it has been like... Yeah, we haven't really seen grass like all winter. I like it, though. It's been pretty. Hey, cold. Yeah, it's funny that but now we're talking about the SAG thing with the graphics card, because it's still in my mind. Every time we start a game, I'm waiting for it to crash. But I hadn't realized until today how often I let the side of my leg touch my PC. I was like, if it was sagging at all, I wasn't paying attention if it like froze right after I touched it. Hey, what's up, JRD? How you doing, mate? There you go, follow JRD. He's awesome piece. We got to raid him yesterday. That's the first raid I've been able to raid in like over a week. Was it yesterday? Yeah, we're playing Guitar Hero, yep. Because my PC keeps crashing playing DBD. I played Guitar Hero for a few hours, and it was the first time we got to raid literally anybody in like maybe even 2 weeks. Okay, let's go. Guitar Hero is so much fun. Yeah, 97 fucking percent on Operation Grounded Pound on Expert, that Dragon Force song. Because they did Fire and Flames like the day before. I don't really like playing Dragon Force unless they have some warm-up songs. You need like more than one warm-up song too for Dragon Force, and then you have to play like at least 2 easy songs after any Dragon Force song. Dude, and I still forgot to change the button. This is pathetic. This is like worse than pathetic at this point. Other than the crashes, I'm doing pretty great. Got no complaints. Fun winter. Got lots of weed to smoke. Well, I'm literally always in a constant battle with myself of smoking less. And now I'm like in a weird battle of like, when do I smoke my old weed? Because my old weed was better. Because I went to that place and they had a first-time customer discount. I did go back to that place again as well when I got this. I usually go through like an ounce a month. But I bought a little early because I still had like 40 to 50-ish grams between 3 different types of weed. Because I would buy like 5 grams, or 5 ounces, I'm sorry. But they were super raising the taxes on weed, so I went and bought 10 ounces. But I didn't get as good weed because I didn't have that first-time customer discount. Because usually I like spending around like 60 to 80 bucks on an ounce. Because you can get cheaper ounces and you can get way more expensive ounces, obviously, as well. But that seems to be like the best price for performance. It's funny, it comes to performance when it comes to weed. Oh, damn. They were going after Bill Murray. Did it happen again where he got a flashbang and they just tunneled him? That did not even hit me, dude. You were so fucking far away. You weren't even on my fucking screen. Get that shit out of here. Skill burst. Come over here, Chucky. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh fuck. We just both ran to the same spot. It was bad. I'm going down here, I believe. Which way do you go? I'm not. Another body blocker. Thank you. I'm getting carried. No, you got second stage. Right, I just looked over at chat for the first time. Hey, I was actually getting chased by the killer, though. I still should have unhooked you before that, but I did look at chat the first time I got a chance to. Bruh. This is you right there. I'm sorry, Vons. Yeah, I was like, did you flashbang him? And he was tunneling you? That's funny. Yeah, hide though. And yet he's still dead. That's funny. Oh shit. There's a gem back here. I need to change that after this game. I've said this for like 2 weeks. Yeah, the jet stream. You'll just get like a shit ton of snow because of that every now and then. Here we go. Was necessary. The fuck? Where'd he go? Oh, Vaughn's gonna get left on hook again. Run. Oh shit. Hey, at least we know both killers over here. That's always a good thing. Sandwich between both killers and getting slapped. I just like the heal class. Healing perks is always what I liked on Survivor anyway. Back in the day, I used to combine botany with fucking We'll Make It. Kindred and We'll Make It were the two perks I couldn't take off. Always. Just never wanted to. So I'd either run Dead Hard and Iron Will with it, or I'd run Prove Thyself and Botany. Where's the other one? I was like, I gotta be running like right towards him, right? Indeed. Toolbox. Self-care botany and just never heal any teammates. Just let them go do their own. Unhook them and go right back to whatever. Oh, yeah. Come here, Chucky. Salt it. Oh, come on. What do I look like? Some noob. Damn. I got both of them on. Yes! What we got? Oh, there's a lot of people dead. I was like, oh, but nobody's on a gen. I was like, oh, well, a lot of people dead, I suppose. Free flashlight practice. Oh shit, they're gonna left on hook. No, they got saved. Good shit. It's funny saying it like, no, they got saved. Sounds like a bad thing, but I meant like, no, they didn't get left. Good shit. Tori's moans are really abrupt. It's funny. I didn't realize we had a bunch of gens almost done. Injury is a green one. Can the killers either use or get rid of those things? Man, 2 people got left on. That was my fault twice. Here's what I mean by him, dumbass. Everybody's on Deathlick. I'm just gonna leave because then 3 hatches open, and they can either make it to the exit gate or have 3 other chances. It's better than running across the map and trying to open another gate, you know. At least, man, I keep going to press play. Because go to play music. They're like, no, I don't have iTunes open. It has not crashed before when we had iTunes open as well, so I know that's not gonna be the only reason it crashed, but I just don't want to jinx anything at this point. I'm still expecting it to crash every single game, even in the post-game lobby. Right here, I'm expecting it to crash. That's usually just how I play Survivor. Hell yeah. Or it gets like any bugginess, I'm like so paying attention to it. God damn it. Is it frozen again? Let's go, Hopsing. Gotta get the bowl ready. Because I'm gonna smoke some weed after this one. Or I can just get myself killed and then smoke. Oh, does this have to happen consecutively? Like, is this that 19 seconds from RPD, or did it just wipe and then this went back up? Oh, it couldn't have, because I got downed. I'd be at 0 seconds. So this has to be that RPD, right, when we were hiding and didn't get found? That's funny. Look how much weed I got. Ground up. I've been doing good this week. Because I always try to smoke less, you know. In a long time, so I just loaded a fatty and just with the intention, I'm just going to get stoned. Look at all that. That's going to be this next bowl and then half of the bowl after. And I'm going to have a ton left over. But that's what I mean by when I get to the weekends, usually, I have a bunch left over. And it's getting to the point where I'm smoking less and less that, like, I've only been grinding like 0.25 that last one. Before that was like 0.35 or something on the weekend. On Sunday, because I had enough weed to last all the way through Saturday. Oh yeah. So look at that. That's not even that much. Teeny little bowl. Just that. But it's funny. I smoke weed every day, so you'd expect I'd be smoking like a blunt every fucking time I go up there. This is a mix because I grind. The first smoke of the day is always just a little pinch of this, which is cheetah piss. That's my sativa dominant I think they're all hybrids technically, but sativa dominant because I was like a sativa, and they're like, it's sativa dominant. I was like, yeah, that's close enough. And that's the first pinch smoke of the day, but I grind at 0.3 of that, and then I add that. I grind that up in this actually, the yellow one, and then I add that to the green one where I grind for the next smoke. I grind 0.4 of perfect triangle. That's just a 50-50 hybrid. That's this right here. I grind 0.4 of that, and then I smoke 2 bowls, not right at once. I usually, obviously, it's like 3 hours later. And that's what I smoke at 420. Is like that mixed green salad of the sativa dominant, and then the 50-50. Called a mixed green. And then, that's the bowl I smoke right before stream. That's usually the biggest bowl of the day. It's like, I don't know, 0.2 of a gram. It's not any type of huge or anything. Maybe between 0.2 and 0.25. But usually closer to 0.2, if anything. And then the next smoke is, this one is a lot smaller. This one's like 0.15-ish, I'd say. And then the next smoke is where I grind 0.3 of my indica, which is, I don't even remember what this is. Oh, Gary Satan. This is my indica. Or indica dominant hybrid, maybe. Called Gary Satan. And I grind 0.3 of that, so that's how I get to the gram. 0.3, 0.4, and 0.3. And that fourth bowl is probably the second biggest bowl of the day. That's after the stream is done. Like, I usually smoke that around like 10-ish. 9, anywhere between 9 or 10, but usually closer to 10. Sometimes past 10 if I'm like doing shit. And then the last smoke of the night is usually around like 12 or 1-ish. And that's another kind of smaller smoke. Around this size, maybe a tad smaller. And I still didn't change that button, god damn it. But the fourth smoke is a mix between the 2 weeds and the indica one. So it's 3 different weeds going into the fourth smoke. And then the last smoke of the day is just indica. It literally was not even giving me a thing. You might have could have had them healed if it wasn't for that. Dude. Oh my god, faceplant. I was like, come after me. I'll stay at a Z-wall for you. No. I should have had Hops or Von's already healed anyway. I still haven't fixed the thing. Smoking indica. Yeah, when I was younger, indica was all what I was all about. Because I could smoke indica and like go on a bike ride. But now I get older and indica puts me out. I gotta take a nap after smoking some indica. I was not expecting that way. Guessed wrong. We would not have been able to wait at checkpoints though, because he gets a whole third dash. My Nemesis is still jealous. Like, Dracula is like, I don't know if he's top 5, but people would argue that he was top 5. I was like, and he gets like a 50% better dash, and Nemesis got a few add-ons. Now he has 2 zombies, or 2 extra zombies though. I still would have rather him just spawn in tier 3. Even if I had to choose between 4 zombies and as is, or spawning in tier 3 with the 2 zombies as was, I would still pick tier 3 with 2 zombies as was, personally. But I use the whip a lot. I like almost never M1 with Nemi. Not because that's beneath me. Not because of that, obviously, but it's just more fun to M2. Even if they are in your face, it's like, hey, it'd be easy M1, but this whip's kind of a pain in the ass when it's that close, and that's what makes it kind of funny to try. Yeah, the older I get, the more I like sativa. I am dumbass. Hear me roar. Try to hit the great skill check, but I suck. I'm sorry, Hopsing. That's the thing too. We definitely does. I guess I should have said that in the jumpsuit Jake thing, but I already talked about that in the No Perks Since 2020 video. Because I almost guarantee, nobody really said anything, but I almost guarantee you, like, if you post a video about, like, I smoked weed before my stream, I almost guarantee people there's at least going to be some people that were, like, unsubscribed to this fucking idiot. You know what I mean? You think bragging about doing drugs is cool? Like, this is what I mean, you're going to get, but I'd rather be honest and have some people have a problem with it than, you know? But that's what I mean by I probably should have talked about it in the Jumpsuit Jake video, but in the No Perks Since 2020 video, when I was talking about smoking weed, and I was like, it helps me with a lot of stuff, but one of the things it helps me with is anxiety. And I was like, but it helps me with anxiety, whereas, like, it's definitely proven to give other people anxiety. Like, and not like I'm special because it doesn't, obviously. It's just like, there's a definite sizable amount of people that get really paranoid, specifically when they smoke weed, and they overthink every teeny little detail of their life. It's like, yeah, that's not what happens when I smoke. Especially, like, in a place where it was illegal. Even before it was legal, I didn't get paranoid, but I feel like my friend that I smoked with the first time, I feel like his attitude helped me a lot. Oh my god, bro. There's nowhere I can run. This is just one big wall. What the fuck? That was terrible. Was the wall yummy drunk? Where are the gates? There we go. Yeah, that's what I've always wondered too. Because the first time I ever smoked, we were going to go get some Dairy Queen. And I was like, dude, we can't go to Dairy Queen. They're going to know we're high. And, like, you're thinking they're going to call the cops and we're going to end up in jail. I didn't say that, obviously. You're just like, they're going to know we're high. And my friend goes, I hope they know we're high. We're going to be jealous. And then I was picturing it from, like, a point of view of, like, everybody has smoked weed before. And then I was picturing it from their point of view of, like, I wish I smoked with them, you know? And I was like, so, like, we went to Dairy Queen. I didn't give a shit how I looked. I even thought it'd be funny if I looked even more. I wasn't trying to act more stoned or anything. But even if, like, they're looking at me like, this fool's so fucking stoned, like, I'd be like, that's hilarious. I am. First time I smoked was Master Kush. That shit was bomb. I've only had Master Kush, like, 3 total times. But the first time ever was Master Kush. I think that's an indica. God damn! Alright. So can I open up a window, hopefully, and maybe it will not crash. And smelling like it without realizing. Yep, maybe. 331. Put a little more in there. What's up, Zap? How you doing? Put a little more weed in there. Put a little pinch. That's the problem with weed. You're like, put a little more. But it works the same way when I'm trying to take less or smoke less weed. Like, I could take a little bit of that out. I could take a little more out. I could take a little more out of that. You know, same exact thing. And so you're like, am I even gonna get high from that? Oh, it's funny. I don't even feel like I get like high anymore because I don't smoke enough to get to that point where I look like it, you know. But the point where you're like, yeah, yeah. You know, I don't even know how to describe it besides like that, you know? I haven't smoked, like, a lot in years. Like I said, it's been a long-ass time since I was like, I'm gonna smoke a fat one. That's always like, I can smoke less than that. I can smoke a little less than that. You know? I'm getting to the point where I've been only smoking like 5 grams a week, and that's smoking 5 times a day. But that's why I show you guys. I'm like, this is the bowl I'm gonna smoke, because it always sounds like I'm smoking a shit ton, especially how stoned I look after. But this is how much I'm smoking, right there. What video should we watch, though? What video? Ooh. I could just put on... Do I have a playlist of just my shorts, maybe? I've been making shorts. Shorts are so easy to make, it's hilarious. I always feels like I'm being lazy making shorts. If I click this, is it the whole playlist? Oh my god, I did not realize. No, it's not. I do need to make a playlist of my shorts. Damn it. Alright, videos. Somebody was trying to join. I'm sorry. Can you resend that? I was looking for a video for us to watch. I go smoke and go to the bathroom and get my strawberries. Thank you, Vons. I was left Vons on hook and I left him hanging there too, dude. I'm sorry. I'm a fucking idiot. Ooh, Nostromo Ricage. Here we go. Let's do that one. This is my most recent big map guide. Oh my god, cackling like a fucking joker. You'll see why, though, in a second. It's still not letting Vons join. What the fuck? That's strange. Maybe I'll have to reset this party and then have everybody join again. But, so, this one is 10 hours long. Obviously, I'm going to make shorter ones that have, like, these, you know, with, like, one example, because this has tons and tons of examples. What I mean by tons of examples is it doesn't say, like, this whole thing, where is it? Like, main loop, examples, organized by killer. So this one chapter is, like, 2 hours and 45 minutes long. But that's because if I did it this specific, like I did, it's too many chapters, and the chapters don't load in as actual chapters. So, like, this part here, like, with that main part when it was organized by killer, just like this. It's not killer, alphabetical order. I've started thinking about doing that. I'm going to do that with the nurse guy with the maps. But it's kind of a strange order. It's whichever killer had the best chase, right? So this one had the best chase, but even then the first chase might not be the best chase because I like some context. So if you had 2 quick chases where you got annihilated really fast, and then your third one was like super long, but it was because of the first 2, then the first 2 are going to be short and the third one's going to be super long. And then, like, it goes in order of, like, that. Because originally, if you want to show somebody how good something is, you don't want to follow it up immediately. You're like, yeah, look at all the times I fucking sucked and it doesn't work, you know? Because it works, so you just have to do different stuff against different things, right? That's why context matters. But I might start doing an alphabetical order. I would have to think about it. Because I also kind of like being like, if someone's like, who does it not really work that well against? It's like, yeah, look more towards the bottom. You know, like twins. Because when this guide came out, Crossshoe just came out. So I was like, I have 210 matches on this looping guide, edited down, right? That's why it's 10 hours and not like 50 or 60 hours, you know? Because it was like 50 hours worth of footage I edited down. Because it was like 210 matches that you have to go through and edit down just to chase. And I mean just to chase like this, right? Because there was 40 of the 41 killers, so everybody thought it was going to be twins. But it was like, nope, it was Crossshoe, because Crossshoe just came out. I actually do, this is the twins clip. And it's funny, because I didn't need to run back up to the main building here.
He had a wiggle.
I just did, just because...
No!
Because we could kick Victor right here, obviously. But I wanted to try to get the frost pipes to work on him. Right, so we could have kicked him right there. We're going to turn him right up the stairs. This frame rate is terrible. It's going to make us crash. So I wanted to see if we could get this frost to work on him. We could have kicked him there, too.
No, I wanted it to work on him! No!
But I have every single killer in this one, right? There's 39 in the main building by itself. The only one that was missing from the main building part is Trickster, but that's because I put Trickster's chase down here. which starts off in the main building, so I could
I
have
got
double
weeped
used
on.
it. But I didn't want to double use it. I just put this in the all-around chase instead of like this part in here, and then you'll have to see the chase again later on. Sometimes chases get double used, like with single little tiles and stuff like that, and it goes into an all-around. But if it's unnecessary, I try to waste as little time as possible. But of course, this is how this guide actually ends up starting off. They would not let Vons in. They let BLN on, so it might be a Vons issue then. Yes, it was. Let's go. That's funny being like, yes, it was a Vons issue, which is funny to say, but this is the beginning of this looping guide, really fast. DVD, yeah, there we go, nice. Which, and like I said, I'm gonna go smoke really quick. Smoke him if you got him. Oh yeah, that's what I'm about to go smoke. Make fun of how stoned I look and play when I get back. Wait, did somebody not get in? Or somebody trying to join? Oh, okay. I think somebody might have accidentally left. But this is the beginning, because, like I said, this is edited from start to finish, even though it's 10 hours long. So I like to give a quick tip that a lot of people don't know. Like, specifically, like, if this one doesn't need recharging, you can. The reason you can store a charge is when you pull the lever, it activates both of these. I said it very briefly here, and I talk about it more in depth later on. But just little tips like that, like right in the beginning, and then it had the best, or the most useful tile, I would say, that it doesn't explain itself, like, at all. And that's what the intro tips are for. So, smoke them if you got them. That's what I'm going to go do, and then make fun of how stoned I look and play when I get back. Oh, come on, play.
There is nothing on any other map like these pipes here in Nostromo. They're basically like reusable party pallets, where you can't pre-throw them or anything like that because they go off and the killer has to be in them to get hit and slowed down by them. You kind of have to camp them before they run up and then run past them to set them off. But they're extremely frustrating. There's nothing else like them in the game. That's one of the things that makes this map so awesome, is you run through this, the killer gets hit by it, and you can run somewhere else. And trust me, that is frustrating, specifically knowing that you can reset them. Now, that takes 60 seconds to reset them, and little funny fact is they reset both of them actually, but just knowing for the fact that you can run through something and get hit by it and then they can just keep recharging it is extremely frustrating if they know how to use it.
Anything to help the team.
Oh, this guy's great. Riley Green. That shit's hilarious.
Will this slow him down? That slowed him down a bit. What about this one? That one slowed him down too. Alright, we try to get from this pallet. Oh, he didn't see.
But with all that other fun stuff that you have on this map, my absolute favorite thing in the entire map is this back corner tank. Looks pretty harmless, right? All you got is like an unsafe looking window and an unsafe looking pallet right there that people can throw stuff over, but that's not how you actually use it, or else it would actually be garbage, and its only advantage would be the fact that it's in the back corner of the map, but it's not. Its biggest advantage is the front too, but mainly the back. You can loop around this humongous back part of this tank here, sometimes even get 2 loops if you want to, and then after looping around this thing once, then you can run into the inside over here and get really scandalous, where you have to win a 1v1 with the killer to then try to make it around back to this pallet here, where you can greet it either direction. If they push you around this way, as long as you win the 1v1 on top of your positioning and you make it back to this pallet, you can greet it from either direction. And the best part is, if you don't know where the killer is and they lost you, you can come back in this way. And if you come back in this way and you go to 1v1 back around this thing and the killer still hasn't found you, you can reset all the way back to square one and have to run all the way around this huge back part of the tank again. So it looks just like a meek little unsafe pallet and unsafe window, but in reality, you can milk every teeny last drop out of this pallet and waste like 2 minutes of the killer's time, even though it looks like some garbage filler pallet in the corner of the map. It's definitely in the corner of the map, which will waste way more of the killer's time, but it is anything but garbage.
You're supposed to double back or swing. Yeah, let's go. We run around it again. I love looping this fucking thing. This thing's a lot of fun.
Oh, I don't think they... Maybe. Damn it. I fucked up my sprint burst, too. Yeah. Yes. If these videos are helping you out at all, make sure you like, subscribe, leave a comment. I literally read every single comment. Also, go follow your boy MLT. If it wasn't for him, I would not be able to make these looping guides. And go follow on Twitch, because I go live Monday through Friday at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time. We do open lobbies on Wednesdays and Fridays as well, and I even make the looping guides like this right here, right now, live on Twitch. That's exactly what we're doing. You'll even see like follows and stuff coming up while we're making the looping guide. So go follow on Twitch and hang out there. And that's where I'll see ya. Oh yeah, and YouTube as well, obviously. All right, it's Nostromo Wreckage.
Nostromo Wreckage.
Actually, it's pronounced Nostromo Wreckage. So
I don't know what else to say in the beginning of that. How do you start a 10-hour looping guide? I was like, fuck it. Came up with that on the spot. Literally like loading into that. And it's not like it's genius or anything like that. This is what I think is funny, is it's that stupid. But I literally just did. It was the only thing where I was like, I don't know what the fuck to say at this, so I'm just going to say whatever when it loads in. And that's what we went with. Steve? Someone's got it ready. Vons and nihilism. Is Vons and nihilism here? Vons and nihilism. Vons and nihilism. Vons and nihilism. There we go. Oh, sure, let's go. I'll get the full Steve on. Oh, so that's not Steve. Here we go. Yeah. Kap'n Kush. Variety from the P-head. But it's P-head. You can't neglect the P-head either. Gotta keep that P-head warm and in shape. Because you don't want to just fall down too quickly. Has anyone seen this commercial recently for erectile dysfunction? And I never paid attention to this commercial, because commercials you don't pay much attention to. But like when we're watching football and basketball and shit, but football mainly, because it's like a coach giving a speech in a locker room. But it's all like double entendres, and I did not realize that that's what it was until like just recently. And I've been seeing this commercial for weeks. He even says, just play hard, man. That's like how it ends. About something about happening below below your line of scrimmage. I was like, wait, what? That was the first time I was really actually like listening, and I was like, I gotta see this from the beginning. Shit's funny. Is it for the telehealth company? Might be. That might be what it is. I don't remember what it's for. That's why I never paid attention. And all of a sudden I like actually did. The first time I heard something about below your line of scrimmage, and I was like, wait, what? And then the next time I came on, I actually like was like, wait, here it is. And I'm like, this is literally just a bunch of jokes, kind of. Oh my god. But literally, the way it's written is like, but that's I guess what was funny. It was like this is being played at like 4 p.m. or some shit like this, you know? It's foul ball odor spray. That's what it is. Definitely want to think about old dudes who can't get it up when watching the game. There's probably a lot of them watching the game. That's why they're showing a commercial. You know what? I never really understood, like, because I saw Dewey Cox years ago. Obviously, it was like I was like 18 when I saw it. That was my first year in New York City, and I still haven't fixed the button. God damn it! Why am I such a fucking idiot? But remember how the one character like is always the one introducing drugs to him? Like he comes in and he's like, "Get out of here, Dewey! You don't want no part of this shit." Like, what are y'all doing in here? We're smoking reefer, you know. And there's like the later, we're doing cocaine. What's it do? You know, every time. And like weed, there was like a bunch of things and none of them were really that bad. Okay. But then all the other ones like get worse and worse. Like when he is like, we're doing pills, uppers and downers. It's the logical next step for you. He doesn't even like have anything good to say about it. But after they go through like the split up and then they're all old and they're gonna play for that like lifetime award. They're giving Dewey a lifetime award and he wants to go get the band back that all hated him, and so he's basically going to apologize in different ways. But remember when he walks in and they're backstage and there he is again. Get out of here, Dewey! You don't want no part of this shit. He is like, what are y'all doing in here? It's medication for erectile dysfunction. It gives you a boner. Not to be used with you have a pre-existing heart condition. If boners last longer than 4 hours, call more ladies. Which they do not say in the commercials, but that's what he says in the movie. I think they say call a doctor in real life, right? If erections last longer than... He doesn't even say erection, he just says boners. If boners last longer than 4 hours, call more ladies. That shit's hilarious. And that's what I was like, I see. I mean, not like, you know, you're going to be having orgies all over the place, but it was just more like, okay. They're doing that double team. I like it. Nemesis and Chucky. That's an interesting setup. Oh, here it is. Oh, yeah. I guessed right on that one. Won that 50-50. What counts as being hidden without being seen? Just a tear radius? Or do I have to literally be doing nothing for this tome? Working on a gen, it's like, yo, you weren't hiding. Yeah, Tim Meadows is great. Oh my god. That one scene where they all are like, have all these different gripes, and his every time, and you never paid for drugs. Not once. He's like, you slept with my wife. You slept with me too. And I've had confused feelings about that for 10 years now. And you never once paid for drugs. And they like look at him and he's like, not once. God damn it, this fucking button. Yeah. That shit's hilarious. That kind of plays into the thing we were saying earlier. Oh, like, in the strangest way it's related. But remember we were talking about how every now and then we was bringing up where if somebody offers you weed, they're not peer pressuring you. I was like, every person ever that's offering weed to you that they didn't plan on already like having there, they're just being nice, and they will be 10 times more happy if you say no. Because it's one less head on the blunt. Can't like it all. Uh-oh. Oh, this is her. Okay. Yeah, that movie's hilarious. Aw. R.I.P. Surge. He's who put me onto that movie. Because when I had seen it, it was already a few years late. I saw it in like either 2010 or early 2011. I think it was 2010, the end of 2010. That movie's rewatch values through the roof too, because of the songs. God damn it. Oh god. I was like, run him the other way. Yeah. Ah! I forgot you were still there. Yeah, that movie, like I said, but with rewatch value, like there's so many jokes that seem so fucking random and shit. It's also funny as fuck. Like, have you seen Walk the Line? Oh god damn it. Okay, that was strange. So I didn't see Walk the Line until after I saw Dewey Cox, because it's like Dewey Cox makes fun of a bunch of different musicians in their different eras, obviously. So it's not just Johnny Cash, but it's definitely like spoofing Walk the Line. And I had not seen that one, but I had seen Dewey Cox a million times by the time I saw Walk the Line. And so the only thing I could not figure out about Dewey Cox, so I'm like, what's up with this one though? Because there's somehow that movie develops like 8 million inside running jokes. Somehow they bring back so many running jokes and it's just like, how did this movie do this? Like develop this many inside jokes and running jokes. But the one that I could not ever, like in every little detail, right? Like when he gets the giraffe, I was like, why the fuck does he get a giraffe, right? When I'm like really thinking about the movie. Because all of a sudden, the giraffe is like there at dinner. He's like, yeah, he said he'd give me $10,000. I said, no, you won't. You'll give me that giraffe. And he did. He gave it right to me. And it was like, what the fuck? But then, like, watching it again at some point, in the beginning, when he's playing with his brother, that he cuts in half, obviously. One of the things his brother does is he's, like, doing a blowtorch, and he makes, like, a melted metal giraffe. So when he saw the giraffe, it reminded him of his brother, and I was just like, oh my god, like the most random things in that movie actually do come from somewhere. It's like, how the fuck did they put this much thought into this shit? Yeah, the wrong kid died. He just keeps saying it. Oh my god. What does he say? And in real life, he said the devil took the wrong one or something, right? I think that's what, because that's what he said in Walk the Line. And I remember looking it up, and I think that's what he said again. Oops, I shouldn't have left. It's definitely a spoof. But he only says it once. And I think even when I looked it up in real life, it said like he only said it once. But in the movie, he just keeps saying it like every chance he gets. Like even when he's walking out of the hallway after telling him his mom died, and he just like comes back in the hallway, wrong kid died. He just has to say it again. He just can't not. You saw that machete scene? Nate, I'm cut in half real bad. Or Dewey, that's what he says. Nate's the name of the kid. I'm cut in half real bad. Oh my god. That movie. This is what I mean by like writing and making that movie must have just been like the funniest shit ever. The amount of like celebrities that just pop out of nowhere. Is that like the only time Paul Rudd plays an asshole? He's not even like an asshole. They just him and well maybe he is, I don't know, but him and Paul McCartney, who's Jack Black, are sitting there and they're like going at each other. Oh my god, I had the funniest fucking moment because I used to make fun of my dad when whenever he would bring up Paul McCartney's music by itself and John Lennon's music by itself, and how he was like John's would get a little bit like on the darker side. Like this is what he would tell me, but like when you're a kid you don't really understand. But he specifically would say that Paul McCartney's was impish. I had never heard that word described to anything else. So the first time watching this movie, and he literally goes, "Why do you always have to be so dark when I'm so impish and whimsical?" I was like, I was like, oh my god. That was like such a realization. I was like, well, I guess my dad was right. Oh, but what I mean by asshole is like, I don't know if Paul McCartney says anything to the other. Yeah, he does. They're both assholes. That's what I was thinking. Because I remember he says, which one says what? Yeah, because he goes, well, you are the, because he's, what does he say? Well, you are the quiet one, so why don't you shut the fuck up? Oh, yeah, he's like, I'm just trying to get more songs on the album, Justin Long, while my guitar quietly whimpers instead of like gently weeps. Well, you are the quiet one, so why don't you shut the fuck up? And he's like, I got a song about an octopus, the drummer. And he's like, jamming up your ass, you're lucky we still let you play the drums. And then he tells Paul, he's like, I wonder if your songs will still be shit when I'm 64. Oh my god. That scene is hilarious. Jason Schwartzman is Ringo Starr. But that's what I mean, that scene lasts like a few minutes. And it's just one of those movies where like every new scene has like a bunch new famous people in it somehow. All of a sudden here's Jack Black as Paul McCartney, Paul Rudd as John Lennon, Justin Long as George Harrison, and Jason Schwartzman as Ringo Starr, just for like a few minutes. Jane Lynch comes in as a reporter at one point and asks him like all the worst questions, but all because she's like, I guess I didn't do my homework. I don't actually think she was like doing it on purpose. And she's like, well, your parents must be real proud of you, And he's like, well, my dad and I don't speak to each other. And my mom died some years ago, It like just keeps getting worse from there. Oh my god, that movie's great. I haven't watched that in a long time, but I've watched it so many times where I won't forget that movie. It's definitely the funny movie I've watched the most. Oh my god. And that last song in the movie is actually really great too. Because all the songs, they're like full songs too. Like that one where he's making fun of Bob Dylan, where like the songs make grammatical sense, but they make no like actual sense at all. It's like mailboxes drip like lampposts in a twisted birth canal of a coliseum. But if you look at it, there's like another whole like verse. They only sing like part of the song of the movie. But like if you go to look at the song on iTunes, or like on YouTube or anything, it's like they like wrote multiple verses of this shit, and it gets like more ridiculous as it goes on. And every song is like that. They wrote like 27 full songs for that movie. It was just like, dude, this fucking movie's nuts. But a lot of those songs are just like that. They're like making fun of Bob Dylan. Or not just Bob Dylan, but like when he's, like when he starts doing a bunch of coke, he's like trying to make them play as fast as they can. He's like singing kind of like punk. He specifically says that, I think, doesn't he?
This is not cool.
You're just playing as fast as you can and screaming as loud as you can and acting like some type of punk. It's funny. I love that fucking movie. Oh god. Here, Sir Oni, I would like to give you a hit and fuck my team over. Oh god. And then I would like to follow it up by running to a dead zone. Oh god, you're right. The heal button. I don't even have it up. I'm just gonna put it on Y. I had another one on Y though. But I don't ever use Y unless I'm using like Dead Hard, but I'm not using Dead Hard. What other would you... The new abandoned feature, yeah. Here it comes, pressing the wrong button when it'd be extremely useful to be able to heal both of them. Yep. There goes. I am dumbass. Hear me complain. About me being dumbass. I can't even use I just smoked. It's like been days of this shit. Literally days. Oni is knocking him down. Yes, and it has the heal. What? Excuse me. Excuse me again. The strawberry's good. Come here. We could have double healed you. Unless it has a offering or tome. Oh, damn. He didn't fall for it. I wanted to send him flying on the second one and then go back behind this one again. Yeah. Oh, frame rate. Making my way back to Hump the Main. Go! I was hoping he would go around and try to cut me off at that pallet. On the other side, thinking I would go throw it and he'd slap me. And then I was going to reset back here, make him chase around one way or the other, and then jump the window. Didn't work.
Got me real bad.
His new screams. Doesn't even feel like Steve anymore. The Steagle is like a Easter egg, though, is it not? It was a 10% chance. Damn, I should have sat on the gen instead of healing. She was right. I'm sorry, Vons. Because I could have taken the hit anyway. We'd have had all the gens did already. I'm sorry, Vons. That was my fault. Of course. Of course. 'Cause I still haven't changed it. I'm going down. Unless he fell for that swing. Oh, it's game over. Well, damn. I should have done the gen instead. I should have seen with the other survivor. They knew. And I was dumbass. Oh, yeah. Finally. Oh, survivor. That was what I did wrong the first time, and I spent too much time. It's always going to have that. What else is this used for? Just dead hard? So I could put this the same as, right? Just for, because I don't use dead hard. Right? That should be fine. Drop pallet button, yep. I literally thought about putting it on that. On drop pallet. I was like, oh, whatever. It is open lobbies if anyone wants to play. We got 2 open spots, but we're readying up. Or skill burst. God, I love those blood points though. We're getting so much blood points. 1 killer definitely is getting prestige. 2 killers, maybe. I have like 11 killers left to get to prestige 6, and then they're all prestige 6. Making my way to prestige 10. And then when the I don't have a code yet. I'll get one eventually. That was like the first thing I asked when I got on the Discord. Because I always heard it was like, you have to be iridescent tier. And I was like, all right, I'm iridescent tier. And I was like, well, because I really was asking because I couldn't remember what I'd told them the code to be. I was thinking it was just Tater, you know? But they were like, they said there's only select people right now have a code. And they're like, they're rolling out more later this year or something like that. Or in the next year. And I was like, does that mean like 2027 or 26? I didn't ask that, but I was just like, oh, whatever. If it's something that is coming later, I will worry about it then. Yep. There's a few things that we're still looking at. These are some Hail Marys, as Bill fucking Murray would say. Like, the one that I'm actually specifically been thinking about was the GPU sag. Because when they were like, get this little thing that'll support it so it won't sag. And I was like, it's not sagging that much. And he was like, any sag is bad. I was like, oh. And I hadn't thought about if I was ever like, because I'm sitting right next to my PC. It's like right next to my right leg. Not directly, I moved away a little bit, but I hadn't thought about like if I touched it in the teeniest little bit of a way, you know, like kind of like playing on your old Super Nintendo, not even Nintendo 64, but Super Nintendo, where it's already old as fuck. It's not even, you know, even as like the littlest kid, there was already like basically N64 out. So if you like touched it in any way, it would freeze. And I was like, what if that was happening? What if it was because I was like knocking it with my leg a bunch? Because I would, if my leg was like rocking. If I was like sitting right next to it, I wouldn't move my whole chair over. It would just be rocking against the thing a little bit. But that wasn't really going to my head of something to pay attention to when it froze either, you know? But that could happen whether I wouldn't knocked against the leg if it's sagging. They were like, any sag is bad. I was like, uh-oh. Oh god. See, like when that happens. Oh yeah. Let's go. I do look stoned as fuck. I just saw the preview. Dude, even if I smoke a teeniest little bit, my eyelids get so pink and puffy. It's bad. Like, my eyes don't even turn red that much. They look a little glazed usually, but my eyelids just get so pink and puffy. I can't tell when it happens. I just looked at the preview. I was like, it's just funny because it's not the biggest bowl. I feel like my eyes get more pink and puffy later on, like the longer the day goes, I suppose, as well. I don't feel like my eyes are this pink and puffy when I first start, or are they? Not usually like paying attention that much. Yeah, what's up, Waysef? You want to play? It's open lobbies. My in-game name is KAP''N space KUSH. Kap'n Kush. Pressing the wrong button now. Yes, that's what I was hoping. Damn. He has 3 dashes, so I couldn't actually make it to the pallet. I was like, I'm just gonna jump back in. Can't wait at the checkpoint neither. Damn, nope.
I need help.
Gotta go help him out. Did you say shit? Oh my god. They are all the way over there. Damn it. I'm gonna die. Damn it. Yeah! I think he was being nice, though. I think he could have hit me. I actually think he let me go. I don't think I actually made that. Oh, I can't even be like, dude, Giga Chad. He's on controller as well, which makes him even bigger Giga Chad. I even heard it, but then I saw the red stain and I was like, oh, I could get hit here. God damn it. That's a big ass Giga Chad right there. Do you it's like the most pointless thing in the whole game, but every now and then it's funny. So you leave a thumbs up report. One time somebody asked me, was like, you reported me after the match. I was like, oh, it was a thumbs up. And they're like, I didn't even know that was a thing. I just saw the report thing up and was like, what the fuck? I was like, oh no, there's actually a positive report. Although I'm pretty sure it's like the most pointless thing. But, hey. I'm pretty sure he had it though. I'm pretty sure he let us have it. Because they even went through my head. I was like, well, I should do the gesture thing and make it. And I was like, nah, that's lame. So I thought I was just going to get hit early and just get picked up anyway. And no. But he didn't even swing even after we were jumping in. I was like, damn it. I should have, like, ran past it. Let him decide. He processed it faster than I did, or could. Rewards for high thumbs up. I wouldn't smoke a blunt like a cigar because then you don't inhale it. You don't actually get the smoke. Tobacco leaf, I only like to use that if I'm rolling a game or a Dutch Master. Otherwise, I would just get like zigzags or like platinum wraps, something like that. I even like Swishers a lot, Swisher Sweets, but I haven't smoked a blunt in years actually. But I like smoking blunts more than joints. But I always just smoke out of a bong. I just smoke this shit right here, this little bowl. Oh yeah, I don't know why it's not letting pork in though. I can try resetting the lobby, right? I can try resetting. I haven't reset the lobby in a minute. Let's see if everybody can rejoin this. Let me reset to the menu, because sometimes that's what I need to do. Smoking stream, I'd have to be way more successful. Successful enough where I was full-time, because then I'd have to try to... Full-time content creator. Because then I would probably have to try to run like a HDMI or something. So I could like... Because I don't know how to... I don't have an iPhone. I don't even know where my phone is. It's like a Google Pixel 2 or some shit from years ago. I'm terrible with my phone, though. That's the thing. I don't use it for much. Yeah, Zach. We got 2 extra spots. I was not the flash banger. Nope. Also, I missed it, but Eric3102 thinks I follow, mate. That was like an hour ago. My dumb ass. My dumb high ass. Because I think that was before I smoked. I can't even say high ass. That was just dumb ass. I don't know why it's not letting pork join, but I think we're already up. It says I'm in a match. Oh, are you on Steam? You got to reload the profile. It like punishes you for trying to be early. Oh, pork isn't. Let's go. So you have to go to the top left of the profile where it says refresh, and you got to refresh the profile because it's trying to join a past. Like, I don't know why. It like literally punishes you for trying to be early, or be prepared. Yeah, I just restarted the lobby because Port couldn't join, and then let him join after. But every now and then that happens. Or people like can't join, but the people that are in there that don't get kicked out, I just can't tell if somebody can't join until that happens, you know? Alright, I'm ready up then. Or is Zach coming? Zach Baker? I'm about to ready up. Okay, the next one. Here we go. 0.5 something. That'd be sweet. I am not good. We got a bunch of good games in before it crashed today. Thank you. Well, it's not RNGs, I suppose, but the days like today are what makes the issue so perplexing. Thank you so much, Bill fucking Murray. I feel like that's one of the reasons Bill's been helping too. I just feel bad. I feel like I've wasted a month of his time, specifically if it's like literally just card lag. Or not lag, but card sag, I mean. Because if the card was going bad, and days like today's wouldn't happen. You know what I mean? But that was like, card sag makes sense. Especially because every time we ran any type of test on the card, it was fine. And not even more. He even The funny thing was, I didn't realize this. He was like, "Yeah, your card is actually kind of." It was just funny hearing this about an 8-year-old card. He was like, "Your card's actually kind of like overkill for what you're really using it for." Because we were talking about that because we were talking about if the power supply was wrong, that'd be the first thing to try to replace. Because I could go get it checked, but I have to pay them, and I could just get a power supply for probably just a little bit more than that. And I was like, at that point, it's like Schrodinger's power supply, you know? Like, I'm gonna pay as much for them to tell me if it's dead or not as I would just getting another one. So it's just, I'll just get another one basically. So try to replace that first since it's cheaper, and the way it freezes would make sense as well. How it just freezes randomly. There was a step to try before that, and that was going to a previous Windows update. That's what we're going to do next time it freezes. That's what I'm getting prepared for tomorrow. Yep, we've even had back-to-back days where there was no issues. But like I said, I hadn't thought about like not knocking my leg up against the PC either. So if there was card sag, that could have been hurting it as well. Now card sag just means it could also just go at any time. That's the same thing with the power supply. But the thing that I think is funny is what he meant by overkill, right? On an 8-year-old card is when I got this, I was even my friend is the one that picked the PC parts for me. And I was like, I want like the best, and basically like the best that he was like, well, you could get like a factory one where it's like thousands of dollars, and I'm like, oh no, not like that. He's like, because you never would, you know, you're not going to be pushing your, you know, CGI to the limit, you know. And I'm just like, oh yeah, no. So I got a 1080 Ti, right? Which in 2018, this is 11 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, but it's 11 gigabytes of RAM, right? And the one I was looking at first, because I didn't realize that this one was overkill, if I was going to replace the card, was like the 5060 Super or something, because it had 12 gigabytes of... Oh, shit, I am fucked. It has like 12 gigabytes of DDR6 or 7, I think. I think it was DDR7. Which was even like better than the one I have right now. But when he said it was overkill, I was like, oh, so like what could I get? I think it's the one he's even using. And it has like 6 or 8 gigabytes or something of better RAM than the one that I have on. So even though it's less, it still is like pretty comparable. And he's tried with that one. I should use the heal bonus. He even tried with that card that he has, like to just stream DVD and stuff like that, and it was perfectly fine. So that would be like one of the cheaper cards we could get. That's like 175-ish. That's why I was like, if we had to get a card, Freeholey literally, thank you so much, because that was Freeholey like donated 200 when we started being like, I might have to start thinking about buying new parts. I was like, that would literally be the whole new graphics card. But that's what's funny is that was a graphics card from like 6-ish years ago, I'm assuming, maybe even 7, and that's newer than mine though. But it was only like 170 or like I was thinking like $200 probably after like taxes and shit, you know. But that's why I was like, holy shit! I was looking at something that was like $800. That was already stronger than the one I have. But I think that's also why it's been so perplexing with him too. It's just being like, every time we push or even look at your graphics card, it's like not even working 50% strength, you know. Blink. This is like exactly what this toolbox was made for. Oh yeah. Nursey. Had a few nurse games today. No, I should have used the thing earlier. Or later. I should have been more aware. Yep, Ghostface, Pig. And the 2v8, I guess you're right. Pig's not even in the 2v8. Yeah, Pig would be sweet. Ooh. I got this window right here. Let's go. No. I don't know if he can kick that one anymore. Yes, he can. This tile, man. That fucking window is hilarious. That's in the one before as well on this map. I have not seen it. Yeah, it can't spawn on Forgotten Ruins. I thought Billy was here too. Here he comes. Oh my goodness. That was very close. Good shit. You're both like a controller too. Oh yeah, we are squeezing these games in. What if we could get 3 more from now? If the PC does not crash. Oh yeah. Yeah, tried to body block, yep. Man, I can't stop thinking about now if it was computer sag. What if it was literally just me banging my leg up against the computer the whole time? I never was paying attention to whether if my leg touched my computer or not when it froze. Because it's a fucking humongous computer. It's hilarious. I was trying to describe to him because he was saying we could put something or like this in. He was like, but I don't know how much space you have. I was like, I have too much space. And this computer case is gigantic. It's not like the size of a fridge or anything, but like whenever I would see other streamers, there's like a box like this big maybe, you know, like something like that. And like mine is like, I can't even show you guys. Like it's like fucking enormous. Hey, what's up, JC? Hey, no man, myth, legend. I'm stoned. Oh, yeah. It'd be sweet if we could get 3, because if we could get 3, that might be enough for 2 prestiges on killers. Oh, yeah. Me like that. Just smoked. Nice. You smoking indica, sativa? Or like moon rocks. Bitch. I can't smoke stuff like that though. Or shatter, like taking dabs. Or hash, like shit like that just skyrockets my tolerance. You don't like that. I like having a low tolerance. Like how stoned I get off of like what was that? Like less than 0.15 of a gram. And I'm like, woo! Took me years to get to this point though. When you first start buying like bigger amounts of weed, I would just spend the same amount of money, but I would just smoke more. It's like, nah, you can smoke less. You don't need to smoke a whole solo blunt. It's like, damn it, I just worked like 8 days in a row. I have a day off, I'm gonna roll like fucking 1.5 grams in this blunt. I'm gonna smoke the whole thing. And like every time I would ever do that, I get like a third of the way through and be like, I'm fucking stoned. Like I should put this out and save it. It's like, nope, it's my day off and I'm smoking it.
Here we go.
That was always such a waste of weed. And then you like almost smoke yourself sober basically. Like, dang, I was in the right spot in that first third of the blunt. Music was sounding great. And now I'm just like too stoned where I can't even get into the music. Damn it. Use the tree. Damn it! I should have gone around it. I don't think I could have made it around it though, to be fair. Yeah, don't have to think about a case. Nope. He said my motherboard was really good too. But apparently my PC is just pretty overkill for. But it excuse me. It makes sense though, because every time we ran any tests on it, like we ran a burn test. It's supposed to push the graphics card as hard as it can on 1080p though. This is made for better than that. But the whole burn test like never even got up to 50%. I left it on for 3 fucking hours, which apparently was a bad idea. It didn't hurt the PC. It was already hurting before then, and we've already had full days where it didn't crash since then. But that's what I mean by it's been perplexing. And then days where it doesn't crash at all, like stuff like that's perplexing. It's just like, huh. Because it makes us think that it's software related and not hardware related. But that's why it would be extra funny if the issue literally was just graphics card sag. He's looking at sag. I was looking at sagging a little bit, not that much. And he was like, any sag is bad. Oh. And so if it's any sag is bad and I'm just like rocking my leg up against the PC. Like I literally was not thinking. I was always like had a bunch of things to look at basically every time some shit like that would happen. Skill burst. Oh shit. I just realized we got Blight and Nurse. We got the dream team. Hindered. Hey, Blue Dream. Blue Dream doesn't smoke anymore, though. But we were just, of course, we were talking about weed. There you go, talking about weed again. Which Kid Cudi song is that? I was like, can relate. Everybody go follow Dream. Dream's fucking awesome, peeps. He's a late night streamer. I think for the past two years ago, right? I think it's 2 years in a row. He was like one of the people I watched the most at end of year. But it's funny because I don't get to chat there as much because it's late night. So a lot of times I have him like when I'm in bed. You just hear your cat and you're like not just trying to break in, they're trying to steal your weed. It's funny that years ago it was like a joke that somebody would like be too stoned and they'd call the police, or not even just too stoned, when they call the police if their house got broken into, and they would like try to report stolen weed. And it's like before it was even legal, you know. But now that's actually a thing. Your house gets stolen and broken into in a legal state, and they steal your weed. You can't actually, they stole my weed. The same way you could like alcohol or anything like that, you know. Yeah, I definitely had a bottle of Highland Park 30-year Scotch, or Macallan like 25. How much money does a bottle of Macallan 25 go for? I'm trying to think of like expensive ass Scotch. It makes it more expensive. It's older. Pretty much it. Same with like cognac. God damn it! I ran right into that. Oh god. Plate, camping, cages. Isn't there a spot? I didn't think so. Oh, I got super good ping. God damn. It was funny. I got hit like the very second they were there. I was like, holy shit. Both S tiers at once. You're double fisting. Oh, it's funny. You could take that two ways. I was thinking more the alcohol way, where you got to drink in each hand. I was this could be taken in another way, I suppose, as well. Anyone ever played Edward 40 Hands? I'm glad I don't drink anymore, man. I do not miss that, but I cherish the memories. Because when I got sober, I wasn't trying to get sober from alcohol. It was just like a bystander of getting sober, you know? I'm not sober anymore. I obviously smoke weed. I have a whole video that talks about that, but I was getting sober from Oxycontin. I was even starting to do Xanax at the end there. That was bad. I like didn't even know what day it was. There was nothing else to do in 2020, so I was just getting fucked up. And I just kept getting more and more fucked up in different ways. Oh, this is already thrown. Fuck. That sucks. I did not realize that. Let's go for this juke. Yeah, I've done over 40 hands. Colt 45. I like how Colt 45 technically isn't even beer. It's like a malt drink or some shit. Malt beverage. What does it say on there? Because I drink 40s, it was either that, and if they didn't have that, then I get Budweiser. Them huge fucking bottles. I didn't realize hatches are what we were looking for. Yeah. What if I'm really petty and just go around? No, we have people waiting. I go for the unhook though. You can't dismiss 2 skill checks though. It's malt liquor. There we go. It's not even liquor though. Like what? That shit's like 5%. Oh god! Hey, maybe she'll make it out. Oh, come on, just hook me, you fucking nerd. There's 2 killers, you don't need to slug for the 4K, holy fuck. There's 0 advantage in them doing that. Yeah, there's no hatch. Still slugging for the... I'm like, what? Is it just that ingrained? There's a whole nother killer. And I'm on death hook. Just take the fucking hook. My god. Oh, I just pressed... I'm so used to pressing the music button. I've done that like 3 times a stream where I press play. Like, wait. I did not open iTunes because I wasn't about to jinx anything if the stream wasn't crashing. Although we've been playing music in other days where it didn't crash as well, but still, I wasn't about to jinx anything. Nope. Alright, we are kind of in a teeny bit of a hurry, I suppose. Was Steak Knife the last one, I think? No, it wasn't. Let's go. Let's see if we can squeeze maybe 2 more games in. That would be sick. Oh, you can get a Mori? Never mind. I didn't realize you could get a Mori in 2v8. I mean, I got hooked anyway, but still. Yeah, gens were flying at first. Hey, what's up, Penzi? That is DBD's goat right there, Penzi. What's Penzi's devotion level now? I'm at 47. I'm gonna guess Penzi's... Are you 141 yet? I knew Penzi made it to 140. He's got like 28,000 hours. Like, if you go to the DBD leaderboards, he's like #1 on a lot of things. Like, all-time survivors healed type shit. But also, he's like up on leaderboards on like a few different killers, where he's not like top 10 or 20, but I've just noticed, I'm like, god damn, he just plays everything. I've gotten rolled by his nurse before. That's the crazy thing about DBD is there literally could be that much to it. That's why I love it. There's so much to explore. You might have killers I need to play and suck at for a while. It's one of the reasons why I've been getting all my killers to P10 so that it wouldn't be like, dang, I can only use like this add-on for today. Like if there was a purple add-on that I've never used before and I wanted to use for like the week basically, I could do so. I want to get them all to P10, but not just that. What was it? All my killers except for like 16-ish got to P3 during the event. So they got cakes. Or the other ones got like 120-ish cakes. And the only ones that got to P2 only got like 80. So I want to get those prestige during the event. I am going to combine my Nintendo Switch account with this one, which is going to have like 50-something million by the time the cake event comes back around, the anniversary. And I'm going to dump that into Arella, though. So Arella gets like a few thousand cakes. And then spend until the other killers are caught up cake-wise. So all of my killers have like 120-something. Then maybe spend some on Arella again. Just keep spending on Arella for a few days. And maybe like the last 2 days spend those on Nemesis or something. Because I love Nemi. I love to have a few hundred cakes on them. Excuse me. It's funny because I actually do think guarding that TV area is the better one on this map for killers, even though it's the super strong loot. But you get 6 gens kind of like all around that area. Oh, I wanted to go through the thing. Oh. I didn't realize they were still both here. It's always good when you get double teamed by the killer, though, because then they're wasting time and usually a gen will pop somewhere else or get a bunch of progress. In this case, we got like 4 different gens worth getting done right at that moment. Yeah, what did the herbs do in the previous 2v8? I forgot. I didn't really use them too much either. Damn, I go strong. Oh shit, JC's on death hook. No! It's so close. I was trying to commit. No, if we were in communications, we could have done that. That sucks, man, because we all got hooked. If we're on comms, we could have been like, no, just commit. We can get this done. We would have easily gotten that. That sucks, man. I don't think Nemesis is... I think Nemesis still kind of sucks in the 2v8. Yeah, the zombies can get a little annoying on indoor maps, but that's pretty much it. And his whip still sucks, because he still spawns in tier 1. There's a bunch of extra filler shit all over the place that he can't whip around and force him into M1. You lucky fucker. He got the aura reading right before he did that, so there was no way to mind game. He just got to see. You needed that, didn't you? Yeah, they're literally just guarding the side. I told you guys it was easy to guard. Never seen this before. Just like all the other ones that play this map. Yeah, they're camping it. I said they would do this in the very beginning. I said it's actually better to guard the other side. Yep, just like they do. As I said, DBD is really easy to win. All you gotta do is just know what to do, and you capitalize when people don't. Now, the thing is, like when we just said earlier about communications, we'd have broke that. Think about how fucking strong survivors are if you're on a full team of 8 in communications. We're talking about people not knowing what to do. So that's why they're not leaving that area. There's 6 gens over there. Dude! Alright. Oh my god, I thought my PC crashed for a sec. This guy loves patrolling those exact same 6 gens the entire match, doesn't he? Back he comes. Dude waited to play another Survivor match just to do this for the entire match. Damn, you really got that gen again, didn't you? Showed that gen who's boss. Oh, you don't want to chase? You'd rather go patrol at Jen again? Aw. Go back here, try to set him off. Yeah, go catch that gen, bud. You can't catch this. Maybe you should go chase that gen down again, man. It's getting away from you. Gotta love talking trash, man. This shit's so much fun. Yeah, but that's the thing is, like, we haven't really figured out what makes it so that some of those days it actually just lasts. I don't know where the other person on the other gen is. That's the question. Where is Jake at? Yeah. Go find a pork. I got my heel up. Yes. I feel bad. I thought we were all gonna die. I didn't realize there was a gen out of place. Hey, when you trash talk and then you end up coming back and finishing, it's like, God damn it. You don't like want to lose, but that's when it's fun to run your mouth. You're like, all right, this game's over. You can start talking some trash. And you're like, aw. Damn it. Maybe I'll die anyway, right here at the exit. Get two-tapped by both of them. And have some karma. Damn it. I just want to suffer. For my sin. And it's a draw. I didn't know if I should do heal tech or not. Because I've done heal tech before and it stopped them just barely enough so they couldn't crawl out, but then they were trying to crawl anyway and then they got picked up because I stopped them from the heal tech, but then if they didn't crawl, it would, you know. But no communications, obviously, and I was like, well, that was terrible. Good shit, though. Alright, last one. You know what's funny, though? BF? Because we were talking about the card sag, and I was like, it's not sagging that much. Because when I cleaned it this last summer with the dust, remember I said I do that like once every 2-ish years. It's a little bit more frequent than that. You know, that's why I was like, I think one time was a little bit longer than that as well. That's why I was like, it's like every 2-ish years. I did notice sag, but I remember being like, yeah, it's like 8 years old though. That's not much sag. Yeah, I didn't know it like really was bad. And when you were like, any sag is bad, I was like, oh. So one thing I was like not doing, because my computer, I told you earlier how it's like fucking huge, the case. So it's sitting next to my leg. I'm sitting far away from it than I usually am, because usually my legs are just like, you know, rocking back and forth or something, but I'll just be like, my leg will be like hitting up against it like this, not like on purpose, and I'm not like knocking it over or anything. It's just I hadn't thought about that. And then this stream I was thinking about it like an old Super Nintendo, where even if you like barely touched it with one finger, it would freeze, you know. And like, all right, I'm gonna be like nowhere near that this time then. Sag. So when you screw in the graphics card, it's into the motherboard from the side, so it sags because of gravity. Like it's screwed in here, but it can still sag a little bit. So we're gonna get something that like keeps it up like this, basically. And it's gonna shove it in there, and it's just gonna stay up. What OBS settings though? Oh yeah, I mean we can do that anyway. After this game, I'm going to play a Guitar Hero song first, though. Guitar Hero Foist. Any of these things make sense, though. You know what the thing, of the things remaining that we can do, I actually feel like getting a new graphics card is like the least. The sag makes sense, and just based off of the inconsistencies of it. And like when it would freeze, I wasn't paying attention if I was touching because it's such a big PC, I wasn't thinking about that. You know what I mean? I wasn't thinking like, oh, damn it, you know. But that's the thing, too, is, like, there were so many other things. Like, when it would freeze, sometimes it would only freeze for half a second, so I'd look over to see if it was encoding overload, you know what I mean, before it would go black. Shit like this is, like, what I started trying to, you know, think of to do, because it's such a... You don't have much time, you know? Sometimes you do, sometimes it's just frozen, and you just hear the whole song finish, you know? But... I wasn't ever thinking of, like, did I just touch my PC? Not once. I'm sure sometimes I wasn't, but... At the same time, even if that was it, and all we did was put the thing in. My power supply is a 760 watt. Like, what was it, platinum or gold series, I think? I think it was platinum. Because apparently my rig is like overkill for what I'm actually using it for. That's what BF said. That's what's funny. If I wanted to get like a newer graphics card that still isn't like as much RAM, it would be newer RAM though. But it would only be like $180 basically. Which would mean Frihole basically bought it. And thank you so much, Frihole. Holy fucking shit. But I've already have it in my mind to start saving up for like a brand new build anyway. So that even if we don't have to get stuff like that, that's what I was going to do. And then if nothing's wrong with this, this can actually be turned into the streaming PC. The only thing I haven't figured out how to work out with a streaming PC is audio. Which, like, so I was, like, thinking if I should run... But that's the funny thing, right? Because then the streaming PC, I feel like, would be... Or would literally gaming still be more intensive on a... Just playing a game? Would that be more intensive on a PC than, like, doing the stream with all the, like, the alert boxes and, you know, the microphone input, stuff like that, you know? It's like... Well, then it feels like a waste getting a new PC just to play a game, you know? That I can already play. That's why I was kind of... And the audio, what I mean, is I use a... DAC amp. A digital to analog converter amp. From Shit. It's called a Shit Jotunheim. And it's funny, it's not shit, but it's S-C-H-I-I-T. Shit. Shit Jotunheim. It was like basically the best option I could get for getting a DAC and an amp while also having the actual balanced output with a 4-pin XLR. With enough juice as well. It is a solid state amp, so it'll poop out at some point. That's actually something I pretty much never turn off. Speaking of when you said you don't turn your PC off, and I used to not, but I put it to sleep. I'll stop it. Not all the time, but most of the time I was just putting it to sleep. But the amp, yeah, when you turn it off, sometimes it has trouble turning like back on. I've just been leaving it on. But I already knew that about amps, is that you could leave amps on. Pretty much. I mean, it's a little bit, what you were saying about a little bit of electricity power, I'm like, yeah, I don't give a shit. I was like, I'm already paying a little bit for the amp. Holy fucking shit, this game went flying. Yeah, it would be. But this is what I mean by no matter what the issue is, I feel like I wasted a month of your time. I just feel so bad. The thing that would feel the least like I wasted your time would be if it was the power supply or it was the graphics card. Then I'd be like, okay, well, at least we tried everything to try to not spend extra money. But if it literally was like I was tapping it and it was sagging and that was it, it'd be like, man, that sucks. Throw another one. You don't want it down. Hit me in an orbital. Yeah, hit the orbital. Aw. I would have given it to you if it was the orbital. Oh, this is Steve's sounds. I was like, did he get trapped next to me and I'm hearing him? I forgot Steve sounds so much different. Yay. It's unfortunate that I could see her over this. Those are some good mind games. Damn it. No respect. Huntress was AFK. That's why the gens were flying. That's the thing, too, is when you wait for so long for a game. Especially if they weren't doing the play while you wait. They're like, I have time. And then you go back. Oh, fuck.
Please, hurry.
But it makes sense what you're saying with the overkill, because I remember even thinking that I probably should be able to play on, like, ultra graphics. But I just don't. I play on lowest. I've always... Thank you, Shroud. when I got a PC and I was looking for mouse and keyboard settings and like in-game settings and stuff like that. Shroud said get huge mouse pad and use really low DPI for mouse and keyboard. He's just like, people always ask me how to get their aim better, and then they send me clips, and I'm like, well, dude, your sensitivity is way too high. That's what I have. Big mouse pad. You're playing 400 DPI. And a low endgame sense. Like, I think my killer sense is like 10 or something nuts. Like, really low. Oh, Trapper, make me nervous. Here's a question. What song should we play in Guitar Hero? We played DBD for almost exactly 420. And we got enough to get 2 prestiges with killers. Let's go. Which 2 killers? They were playing Overwatch. That's hilarious. Like, oh, I can't finish my round. If they're doing the play while you wait their own style, I'll play Overwatch during this shit, you know? That's funny. Alright. So that was it for the games for today. What was this I needed to do? Oh, nice. Nice. Get more of these done. We got a whole day's worth of playing and it didn't crash. Let's go. This has happened before, but every time I go into it, I just expect it to crash. So it's not so, like, disappointing and sad. This was the first day where I woke up a little upset. Not like really upset, where I was just like, it's not fixed yet. Because there's still more things we can try. It was just the type of upset of like playing games and hanging out. This is the outlet. You know what I mean? If I'm not playing games and hanging out, I'm either working or I'm editing. You know what I mean? There's like, I don't hang out anymore because like the goal is to be a full-time content creator. So it's even funny. I've even said that, like, if the goal is to be a full-time content creator, you should actually stream less so you can edit more videos because that helps more. And it's like, you know what I mean? But that's the thing is, I was like, we're trying to fix and stuff, but at the same time, it was like, damn, it felt like I didn't ever get to play any games or anything like. And that's what was starting to wear on me. It's like, I just want to play some fucking games, just hang out with some friends, you know? It wasn't even the PC that at that point, and it's like, oh, it was just like, fuck, man, I can't play DBD. I love this game. I know a lot of people hate DBD. I don't know why people play a game they hate. That does not make sense to me. No, I mean, it makes more sense, I guess, if you're a full-time content creator because you're like, this is my livelihood and I can't afford to switch to another game and, you know, learn it and do stuff like that. But, yeah. That's why I keep saying, if I was ever a full-time content creator and could afford an editor, I'd always have like another channel going on too. The movie channel. Eventually that politic channel we were talking about, or we just talk about why people believe what they believe. Because I want to learn. I always feel like a dumbass. I always feel ignorant. I need to learn from a lot of peeps. I need to hear from a lot of peeps. Their life stories and shit, you know? All right. I do apologize to YouTube. You cannot hear the audio. If you want to hear the audio, you got to come to Twitch. Now, what do we play? Yeah, this is a fun, just one song. It's like a perfect warm-up song, actually, because it has a fun solo, and most of it's pretty easy, though. My fingers are a little tired. I can feel it, actually. From that one day where we played a bunch of Guitar Hero. You know when, like, stuff feels sore? I didn't feel it until we started playing, and I was like, oh shit, my fingers are a little sore. That's funny. From that day where we got 97% on Operation Ground and Pound by Dragon Force. Let's go 100% on a warm-up song. Woo! Oh yeah. That wasn't even my best score, apparently. 500% of that song before. 5 stars, why? Oh, because that one fast strumming part, like, eh. Kinda want to play a fast strumming one, actually, now. Yeah, remember this shit? Do it again. I want to play that. I haven't played this in forever. But because of the fast strumming, it's not a good warm-up song. Whoops. This song has a lot of fast drumming. I'm gonna get tired actually on this. I just realized. Like, not in shape for this one. The song's so good though. Yes! Yeah, I fucking feel like I'm jerking off this guitar at the speed of light. Falls asleep on the job, and how can we win when fools can be kings? Don't waste your time, or time will waste you. Yeah, the song is so good though. Oh god. Damn it, I overstrummed. I almost hit it the whole thing. Here we go. God, this song is so good. Yeah, that song is awesome as fuck. Right? The funny thing is, when I was playing this, I was remembering the fast storming, but coming at the end, I was like, I remember the end going hard as fuck. I was like, does it go that hard? Now that I've heard like a bunch of other like nasty riffs and shit, I'm like, dude, that still just goes so hard. Once again, it's like simple, but it's so good. It's so perfect. I had 16 fucking overstrums. That's so bad on the fast strumming parts. I was trying too hard because my arm was falling off. Oh, we did some Loopin TBF for like 4 hours. We're actually glad the stream didn't crash. It was like, thank fuck. Find a solo to raid out on. This song. Song to raid out on. I usually end up going to Metallica. Trying to think, like, what's a solo we haven't played in a while? I always end up doing this. I'm not doing this one. I want to see what else Metallica got. I feel like none of their solos are that long. This one's actually great. Let's do this one. This is actually my favorite Unforgiven. Whoops. No, we're doing practice. I think that one's actually my favorite Unforgiven. I gotta find someone to raid. God, this song is good. This is my favorite of the Unforgivens. Hey, Kelly. I'm gonna raid Kelly. I mean, we'll raid Kelly in a minute. Got a bunch of people playing with friends. Let's go. Kelly and Absolved and Pally. Oh, Kelly's playing with Coffee. Let's go. There we go. Get down to the solo part. Golden treasure. How could he know this new dawn's light would change his life forever? Yeah, I kind of want to do the solo into the end, actually. This song is so good. How can I be lost if I got nowhere to go? Search for seas of gold. How come it's got so cold? Yeah, I want to play this end part. Aaron, thank you so much for hanging out. It is such a privilege to have friends to hang out with and talk to and play with. I am going to be live again tomorrow until my PC crashes for some open lobbies. And make sure you take care of yourself. Get some sleep, eat good. And if you got some good weed, smoke some good weed. But everyone have an amazing night. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, this is what I mean by I can tell my hands are tired. My pinky was like not doing that one. Pinky was doing that though. Woo! got so cold. How can I be lost if I memories I relive? So how can I blame you when it's me I can't forget? God, that song is good as fuck. Have an amazing night, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time. God, I don't want to cut it short, though. I love how this note dangles. Just dangles.